No, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee too, partner drop bonds, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. So no matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times. Oh, there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and can't wait. When he turned to the master and said, Lord have mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel. That Jesus washed away his sins. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's not a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause Jesus sees the potter, and we are just the clay. And even when the vessel is broken, he won't throw the clay away. Bring him all of your burdens, your troubles, and your sin. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel Almighty God can make. There's not a broken vessel that God can make. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. There's not a broken vessel that God can't make. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel God can make. This old sinful world, only a comfort I can't afford. Striving alone to face temptation, so where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needed a friend to save me in bed. Where will I go back to my Lord? Life here is grand with friends.
Good evening to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. The Monday, lots of things on our agenda today. And we have been having some reports out of Portland. That is where we want to start today. Where some people are having some difficulties. Some people who are living on lands for decades, they are told that they have to move. Yes, this is to accommodate the new Portland Highway roundabout that is being built. But we understand that no proper notification has been given to the people. I have Councillor Dexter Rowlands with me here to update me on what is happening. Good evening, Councillor.
Good evening.
Yes. So, what is the latest with those people who have been told to move off their lands?
Well, I still haven't heard anything yet. You know, they just get visit and told that they have to move, no timeline, no arrangement to assist them in getting land, no, nothing at all. Just one notice that you have to move. Sometimes they don't even see the people in personally. They just see some sign put up on their home and their driveway. And, you know, they have number 3, number 5, and number 5 is state on your driveway. It means that you have to move. And you wonder how anybody or anything can be so inconsiderate of people. There are people who have been living on these lands for years of years. Just families, not just them alone. Family before, grandparents before, great-grandparents before. And some of them in formal settlement, like I can tell you, some of them live on cemeteries, old cemeteries. But people, you know, poor people, take their time and build a house on these cemeteries. And there are some who live in, you can call it informal settlement, like Ranta. But what I know, like with Ranta now, they got legal okay, written okay from the Port Authority of Jamaica, giving people permission to live on that land. I got a letter because I wrote them out in front of them, and they sent a letter to me that people can be placed on those lands. No.
About how many people are involved, Council?
Well, I can only guess and say it's about near 2,000 because it's 313 homes that will be affected. And you know, hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
And there are some houses that have about 10, 12 persons. There are some that may have 2 or 3. So we work it out and say, it must be over 2,000 people will be affected, just like that. Mm-hmm. They don't land, to buy land in Portland is extremely expensive. And to just tell you, there are people who live on family land for years. Maybe there's no title for it, but it's family land. Their parents have been buried there, so there's still a sort of connection. And you could understand if this thing has to be done, that they calling people have discussed with them from last year, saying that this will happen. But just to go on people like that, people have young children, 1-year-old, 6 months, 3-year-old, 4-year-old. They have parents, grandparents, 80 years, 90 years of age. They don't have the money to just buy land, or just build a house like that. And you just heard that you have to leave. People have been getting mentally challenged, you know, because of this. Mm-hmm. Just imagine, you live on a piece of land for many years.
Yes.
From grandparents to grandparents. You're home, you are poor, but you make a little 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, so your children can be happy. And then all of a sudden you have to leave. No notice, no sit down with you and discuss it. How are we going to assist you with leaving? There are many government land all over the place. You know, so instead of...
And nothing from the member of parliament is East Portland, that, right?
Yes, East Portland.
Right. So...
Well, what he has done, he has met with people who have been have met with people in Prospect, have meetings with them in Norwich, in Stonehill, and I've gone to homes that people are going to be affected, to talk with them. They are visiting at his office. Well, one thing we have said, you know, is that if we, as poor people, are decided to just lay down and take everything that government and people meet out to us, then we would still be in slavery. So we have told the people that they have to be properly compensated. If they have to leave, if the government insists on that, land has to be found for them. We cannot deal with people like this.
All right.
Cannot. I remember when even like say 1 person or 2 persons, thousands. and you're dealing with little children, you're dealing with very old persons, what people are getting almost getting being affected mentally now.
Yes.
Because they don't know what to do. You can imagine if they had called them from say last year and discussed with them the possibility that they're moving and the plans for them, and we're not going to move until we start something, then people would accept it. But just like that, bam, you have to leave. But we're not going to take it like that in this sport, and I can't tell anybody else.
Right.
We have to fight this thing. The persons, the people, you have to think about people. That is what matters as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
So you work out things up. You can't just come on people like that and say them have to move. That can't go so.
No. And just to remind our listeners, these people are affected, these people are living on lands that the government has earmarked now to build a new road in Portland. Am I right, Councillor?
Correct.
Right.
All right. I don't know. Right. There was an original. I think what maybe is happening to is that instead of letting local persons, I think what happened is that they just allow the Chinese contractors to just map out the things, who maybe not have a real connection with Jamaican people, to just go and just map out, like what they would do in their own country, but maybe in their own country the government would find somewhere for them. So they just come like that, and there's no feeling for the people. I'm telling you that. No thinking. And it really get to me to feel like, you can deal with people like that.
Yes.
Well, we just can't believe it.
As you say that you and the other representative, you are making representation on behalf of the people because...
Yes, definitely. We're going to do everything to fight for the persons.
Yes.
There was the original plan in about 1998 to 2000, that they would take the bypass from the Bournebrook Road, from down Bournebrook to near to the marina.
Yes.
And then there would be an extension of the parking area on the Foreshore Road. And then we had another, and plus, in addition to that, we would have one going through Bonneview, government land in Bonneview, through government land in Naylor's Hill, and would end out at Bournebrook Road, which wouldn't be affecting any money. If it were going to affect any money, it would be more about 1 or 2. That was the original plan, but they are taking from Norwich now. And they say, I can't see why they should take it from Norwich. It's not opening any new land. It's just going through people. And if you are taking from Norwich, there are another road that they could use that road, because that road don't have no house near to the road. So they could widen the road as much as they want and go through one thing like that. I don't see why they have to do this. Not the bypass, because bypass is right. But it's the way they are doing it. These land that they are going through is not necessary.
Okay.
They can't find other way. They were other way before. They come and change it.
Well, let us see what is going to happen. In the meantime, what else is happening in Portland? How is the restoration going on?
You?
How is the restoration?
Oh, after the storm?
Yes.
Well, the MP not really getting a lot of help from the government, but he's getting assistance from outside, outside the country, inside the country. People are coming forward to assist in helping with people repairs, repairing house, and other essential furniture and things like that. Well, they have secured some money from the government there. They're not enough, but repairing a few roads. But they are allowed supposed to really expect from the government. A lot of people have got their house damaged. And we went to the Ministry of Labor, those people, but still nothing coming yet from the government. But the MP, Member Pan, is doing what he can. But personally, and otherwise.
I see. Well, Councillor, we have to keep in touch to find out what is happening to those people to ensure that their interests are properly protected.
Yes, the MP is going all out for that.
Right.
And we are giving all the support that we can.
Okay. Well, we will talk again about this.
Okay, yes, we will. Thank you.
Take it very good care, Councillor.
Okay.
Downswell. Yes. Well, you heard it there, that as the councillor indicated that over 2,000 people are affected by this latest move. And as you heard that he and the Member of Parliament, that is Isaac Buchanan, right, they are working to protect these people. Well, we as we said before, we don't understand how the matter is being dealt with at all. We don't understand it because, as you heard from the council, these are people who have been living on these lands for decades, and they just suddenly, right, they are being told that they must leave. No, that it can't work that way, right? These people are affected by this problem, yes. Well, you know, last weekend was a big weekend in Jamaica, Carnival, yes. And many people participated, but there was a ugly scene event at Ronnie Williams Center where a music producer is now in custody. Yes. And a popular blogger, Jive Phrase, yes, his name is J.D. Richards. Well, he's among 3 people in hospital following shooting incident at the Carnival after party, Big Wall, which was held at the Ronnie Williams Center. Yes. Based on reports that Richards entered the party and went to the bathroom. On his way out, he was attacked. We don't really know the motive behind this. He was attacked by some dancehall people, and during which he disarmed. He was shot himself, yes, and disarmed one of his attackers. Yes, a bystander who was a visitor. And this person now has been coming to Jamaica for years from the United States. Is a U.S. citizen who has been coming to Jamaica for years to attend the carnival. He was also shot, and we understand that he is serious. right, he's going home to get medical treatment. But here it is now, there was a bystander, and Richards, so 2 people were shot. And music producer is in custody. 2 guns seized so far. Yes. We would hope, we are really sorry, we at Rebel Radio are sorry to hear that, because we know this is a place, Carnival is a place where people go to enjoy themselves. And you know, boy, I would hope that people would not take guns to these events, because you know you are going to enjoy yourself. And here is a case, I don't know what, it is not clear what is the motive behind the shooting. Apparently there must be some problems between Richards, the blogger, and music producers. And this is where they choose to settle their differences. Yes. Open up gunfire. No, you can't be shooting. Here it's this visitor says that he's traumatized, right? And he needs urgent help. So he's going home for treatment, as I said, right? And needs urgent surgical treatment. So he'll be going home, yeah, to the United States. Jeremy Watts is his name, yeah. No, you can't be opening fire at an event, a public event like Carnival, packed with people. Yes. Here it is. This man, he wasn't involved in anything. He had no problem with anyone. He was as stated, a regular visitor to these events, right? And yesterday he was there enjoying himself, and here he is now facing serious injuries. Yeah. According to police, Richards reported that he was attacked by a group of about 15 men, during which one of the attackers reportedly pulled a firearm and pointed it at him. He managed to disarm the individual. According to police, Richards claimed that a popular music producer and artist manager who is known to him then pulled a firearm from his waistband and opened fire in his direction while he was being assaulted. Oh, this is madness, total madness. Total madness. You cannot, I wonder why these people don't think about these things. Here is Carnival, right? Hundreds, thousands of people are attending, right? And this is where you choose to, you have a difference. There is a problem, right? Problem with you and somebody else. And this is where you choose to settle your differences. And you know, no. You have to be more careful than that. Right? People could have been killed. Right? And this is what we don't want. Sincerely hope that it will be settled. Those who are injured will get better soon, and I only hope that their injuries are not serious, life-threatening. That's what and permanent. We only hope that also, right? Sincerely hope that things will work out better for those involved, and let us stop the foolishness. We must operate better than that, right? We must do things better and try to protect each other. This is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware. Comfort I can't afford. Striving alone to face temptation. So where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in bed. Where would I go back to my Lord? Life here is grand with friends I love so deep. Comfort I get from God's own words. Yet when I face the chilling hand of death, where would I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? soul. Where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needed a friend to save me in the end. Where do I go but to my Lord? Nowhere to go. Where do I go? Tell me where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needed a friend to guide me in the head. Where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Oh, where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in the end. Where do I go back to my Lord? Let me pray back now. Where do I go back to my Lord? Where do I go back to my Lord? Where do I go back to my Lord? I know where, nowhere, no, back to my Lord. Where do I go back to my Lord? To separate me from your love, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. Anyhow, the afflictions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. Tell me, when the love of God sees no power on earth to separate me from Lord. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. This level of crime, only love can eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways, and He will give us so much better days when we show love to each and every brother. Love will return to protect mother, daughter, sister. Let's hope in our heart to those who are in need, who never receive love. Come, let's sow some seed. No power on earth to separate me from love. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Heavenly Father. No power on earth to separate me from love. I love you, my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, 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 no power to separate me from you.
What if I told you there were entire black towns, thriving, self-sufficient, powerful, that they erased from your history books on purpose? Number 8. Greenwood, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Black Wall Street. In 1921, this was the wealthiest black community in America. Over 10,000 black residents, more than 600 businesses, banks, hotels, hospitals, a 750-seat theater. On May 31st, 1921, a white mob dropped firebombs from airplanes and burned 35 city blocks to the ground. Over 300 dead. No one was ever charged. Number 7. Langston, Oklahoma. Founded in 1890 by freed families who built their own newspaper, the Langston City Herald. Dozens of businesses and Langston University, which still educates students today, according to the Encyclopedia of Oklahoma History. Number 6. Freedmen's Town, Houston. After slavery ended, freed people in Houston's Fourth Ward paved their own streets with bricks they made by hand, built Victorian homes, and created a business district with black-owned banks. The National Museum of African American History documents that by 1900, it was the center of Black Houston, with over 400 black-owned businesses. Number 5. Weeksville, Brooklyn. Founded in 1838, one of the first free black communities before the Civil War. By the 1850s, over 500 residents owned property, ran businesses, and built 3 churches and schools. Urban renewal wiped it away. Only 4 houses still stand. Number 4. Mound Bayou, Mississippi. Founded in 1887 by Isaiah Montgomery and Benjamin Green, formerly enslaved by Jefferson Davis's own brother. This all-black town became completely self-governing with its own mayor, businesses, banks, cotton gins, and infrastructure. Booker T. Washington called it the jewel of the Delta. Number 3. Seneca Village, Manhattan. Founded in 1825, this thriving community of black property owners, 225 residents, 3 churches, 2 schools, existed right where Central Park is now. In 1857, New York used eminent domain to forcibly remove every family and bulldoze their homes to build a park for white elites. Number 2. Boley, Oklahoma. With over 4,000 residents by 1911, it had its own black government, railroad station, 2 banks, hotels, and even an opera house. Booker T. Washington visited twice and called it the most enterprising and in many ways the most interesting Negro town in the United States. And here's where it gets undeniable. Number 1. Rosewood, Florida. In 1923, a thriving town of 200 black landowners, farmers, and business owners was completely massacred. According to Florida State investigation, a white mob, sparked by a false accusation, spent an entire week murdering residents, burning every black-owned home, church, and business to the ground. At least 6 officially documented deaths, but eyewitness accounts suggest 30 to 150 people were killed. Survivors fled into swamps. The town was erased from existence. The perpetrators? Never prosecuted. It took 71 years for Florida to pay reparations. They don't teach you this because if you knew black people built entire self-sufficient cities without them, you'd question everything they told you about who needs who. So here's my question. If these towns were so successful, why did they have to be destroyed? Drop your truth below. And if this is the first time hearing this, that's exactly the problem. Share it now.
But I can't even walk without you holding my hand. that I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Help me, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, Lord, yeah. I thank God I made Jesus my one and all. From now on this day, I'm surely gonna call. And if I don't trust Him, I'd be less than a man. 'Cause I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Oh Lord, can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain's too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. Thank you, Jesus, for all you have done for me right now. You've been so good to me. Number one would surely be me. I thought I could be what I wanted to be. I thought of myself as a mighty big man, but I can't even walk without you holding my hand. I can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain is too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. Lord have mercy. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain's too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand.
So right now, I just got me a deal with that.
So what I want, my friend George Looks? Why, Richie Steven? Well, that's the day I did the almighty praises. And the best thing that, 'cause when I remember just where I am coming from to where I'm standing now, fell to my knees in praise of your name. Thanking you, Lord, every step of the way. Oh, Father, you know I love you. You touch my heart, my soul with your mercy. I thank you, my Lord, for all you've done for me. You bless my life in so many ways. No, I will never ever leave you. I won't be ungrateful to you, my Lord. I know that this world is all in your hand, and we are your children, and so we give you praise. Oh, Father, you know I love you. You touch my heart, my soul with your mercy. I thank you, my Lord, for all you've done for me. You bless my life in so many ways. Father, I love in so many ways. Oh, Lord. So when I remember just where I'm coming
Did you know the founder of Kentucky Fried Chicken was broke and living on Social Security when he built his empire? Harlan Sanders was 65, broke, living on a $105 Social Security check. Most people would retire, accept defeat, give up, but not the Colonel. He loaded his car with a pressure cooker and his secret recipe, slept in parking lots, knocked on restaurant doors. "Try my chicken," he'd say. "No thanks." Rejection after rejection. Door after door. 1,009 restaurants said no. His gas station failed. His restaurant closed when the highway moved. Every business venture crashed. But he kept driving, kept cooking, kept believing. Restaurant number 1010 finally said yes. That handshake changed everything. Kentucky Fried Chicken exploded worldwide. Billions in revenue. Global empire. All because a broke 65-year-old refused to quit. Your age doesn't define your potential. Your past doesn't predict your future. It's never too late to start over.
I've had many tears and sorrows, questions for tomorrow. There's been times I didn't know right from wrong, but in every situation, God gave me consolation. That my trials come to make me strong. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. Trust in Jesus, I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. I thank God for the mountains, thank Him for the valleys, thank Him for the storms He brought me through. As if I didn't have problems, I wouldn't know that God could solve them. I wouldn't know what faith in God could do. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'll fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff that comfort me. Though the wicked will come upon me to eat up my flesh, they will stumble and fall. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to put my trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to put my trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all. God in the day, there's still God in the night. Life is easy when you're on top of the mountain. You've got peace of mind like you never know. Yeah, but things change when you're down in the valley. Don't lose faith, or you're never alone. For the God of the mountain is still God in the valley. When things goes wrong, He'll make them right. And God of the good times is still God in the bad times. God in the day is still God in the night. You talk of faith when you're on top of the mountain, but talk them easy when life at its best. But it's down in the valley of trials and temptation. That's when your faith is really put to the test. Lord of mercy, for the God of the mountain is still God in the valley. When things go wrong, He'll make them right. God of the good times is still God in the bad times. God in the day is still God in the night. God in the day, yeah, it's God in the night. Lord of mercy, when things goes wrong, make the right. Yeah, oh bye, Lord of mercy, God in the day.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Hills.
Welcome to Caribbean Business Review, where insight meets impact. We bring you economic and financial updates, sharp statistical breakdowns, and data-driven insights on the forces shaping the region. Smart analysis, bold ideas, real Caribbean intelligence. This is CBR.
Welcome to episode 13 of season 3 of the Caribbean Business Review. I'm Joseph Cox. First of all, let me thank you so very much for your continued support across all our social media channels and MKR Radio. Please be advised that a new edition of the Caribbean Financial Dispatch is now available, and readers can now follow the dispatch at caribbeanfinancialdispatch.substack.com. In this week's program, our special guest is the Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security in Jamaica. We examine Jamaica's evolving labor market and the structural reforms now underway, moving beyond the headline unemployment to interrogate skills mismatches, labor shortages, and the growing role of informality and gig work. In today's CBR briefing, we discuss the war gap, when oil prices stop reflecting reality. Global oil markets are now splitting between financial pricing and physical delivery, creating a widening gap that is driving real energy costs beyond benchmark signals. For the Caribbean, the constraint is no longer price, but access, as delivery risk, logistics, and system fragmentation embed a structural geopolitical trade tax into the economy. But before we proceed, there's a development that requires closer attention. The global aviation system is no longer adjusting, it's tightening. Jet fuel prices have nearly doubled from $2.50 to $4.88 per gallon in just weeks, pushing fuel costs to as much as 50% of airline operating expenses. That shock is now being transmitted directly into ticket prices, route decisions, and ultimately access. Caribbean Airlines has already moved, adding a $15 to $25 fuel surcharge per sector. Globally, fares are rising. United is up 20%. American Airlines absorbing a $400 million U.S. fuel shock, and more than 1,000 flights have already been cut. This is not incremental. This is structural. Because for the Caribbean, aviation is not a sector, it's a system. And in economies where tourism accounts for between 15 and as much as 85% of GDP, rising airfares and reduced connectivity are not just cost pressures, they are demand shocks. If access tightens, arrivals fall, and if arrivals fall, growth follows. This is how an energy shock becomes a tourism shock and then a macroeconomic one. Against that backdrop, let's turn to key stories shaping the global and regional economy this hour in Market Watch and Global Pulse. Coming up in the Market Watch, Jamaica tourism rebounds strongly. Caribbean airline adds fuel surcharge, and LAC growth slows amid external pressures. Then in Global Pulse, U.S. inflation jumps on energy shock, Canada labor market stabilizes, and one settlement surges as geopolitical tensions rise. All that and more this hour on Market Watch and Global Pulse. Coming up next is a CBR briefing. This is your CBR briefing. There are now two oil prices in the global system, a financial price quoted on screens and a physical price paid for delivered cargo. For the Caribbean, that distinction is no longer theoretical. It is now embedded in the cost of energy, inflation, and economic stability. The global oil market is currently sending two conflicting signals. On one side, West Texas Intermediate futures for December 2026 are trading nearly $8 per barrel. That implies the market expects normalization. Disruptions ease, shipping routes stabilize, and risk premiums decline. On the other side, the physical system is repricing risk in real time. This divergence is what we defined as the war gap, that separation between the financial expectations and operational reality. It's not simply a spread between benchmarks. It's the difference between how oil is priced in markets and how it is actually delivered in the system. To understand this, you have to understand how oil is actually priced. West Texas Intermediate is a financial benchmark. It reflects futures positioning, liquidity, and expectations primarily within the Atlantic Basin. But marginal barrels, the ones that determine a real supply, are increasingly priced off benchmarks like Dubai crude. That is the physical market, and that market is constrained. Before the current disruption, the spread between WTI and Dubai crude was negligible, often sometimes within $1. Today, that spread has widened to approximately $35 to $40, and in periods of stress, it exceeds $50. That's not volatility, that's repricing. Financial markets are pricing a future state. Physical markets are pricing present constraints. And critically, the Caribbean does not buy futures, it buys the marginal barrel. And the marginal barrel is now priced under conditions of constraint through freight, insurance, and competition for supply. This is where the cost enters the economy. What the region is experiencing is not simply higher oil prices, it's the emergence of a geopolitical trade tax. This tax is not imposed by governments, it is imposed by the system itself. It operates through the delivery layer. War risk insurance premiums rise as routes become exposed. Freight costs rise as vessels reroute or withdraw. Delivery times extend, raising financing costs. Cargoes are reallocated towards higher-paying markets. Now, individually, these appear technical. Collectively, they focus and function as a tax on access. And critically, this cost is nonlinear. It can rise sharply with small changes in perceived risk. So even when benchmark prices appear stable, delivered energy costs continue to rise. The issue is therefore not price, it's transmission. And at the same time, the system through which trade is settled is also evolving. A growing share of transactions is now being conducted outside traditional channels such as SWIFT, through bilateral arrangements, alternative payment systems, and in some cases, alternative currencies. Now, this is not about efficiency, it's about resilience to financial restriction. At the same time, central banks are increasing gold holdings and in some cases, repatriating reserves. These actions reflect a reassessment of counterparty risk in a system where financial infrastructure can be constrained. The result is not displacement of the dollar, but is fragmentation of the system. So now, pricing is diverging, delivery is being repriced, and settlement is fragmenting. For the Caribbean, this changes the analytical baseline. The region operates within a system where energy is globally priced, trade is largely dollar-denominated, and reserves are dollar-weighted. But as the system fragments, exposure increases. Currency volatility rises, financing conditions become less uniform, and access to supply becomes more uncertain. The Caribbean is not exposed to a single variable, it's exposed to the system itself. So what does this mean? It means the Caribbean is no longer operating in a system where price equals cost. The benchmark says one thing, the system delivers another, and increasingly the constraint is not price, it is access, price through risk. And that's your CBR briefing. This is your market brief. Fitch has affirmed the Bahamas at BB- with a stable outlook, but debt remains elevated and growth is expected to slow to 2.2% in 2026. It met all IMF program targets through December 2025, including reserves, fiscal balance, and revenue benchmarks, yet GDP contracted for 7th consecutive year. Inflation eased to 22.1%, but remains elevated. Across the Eastern Caribbean, banks hold over $28 billion in deposits but only $16 billion in loans, highlighting a persistent credit transmission gap. Afrexim Bank has approved a $10 billion facility to support economies facing energy, food, and logistics shocks. Regionally, growth is projected at 2.1% in 2026, constrained by weak investment and high borrowing costs. In Trinidad, the central bank is advancing financial and payment systems reforms. Cayman labor demand is rising, but income disparities remain pronounced. Caribbean Airlines has introduced fewer fuel surcharges as jet fuel costs surge, and finally, Jamaica welcomed over 1 million visitor arrivals and generated $956 million in foreign exchange earnings in the first quarter of 2026. Now that's your market brief on the Caribbean Business Review. For more, look for us on YouTube and Spotify.
In a world of constant change, insight is your greatest asset. At Joseph Cox & Associates, we empower innovation across the Caribbean. Whatever your challenge, we can help. We're proudly customer-centric, offering bespoke solutions tailored to every partner. From innovation and digital transformation to leadership and policy, our services are designed to deliver lasting impact. We partner with leaders across sectors, from finance and government to energy, tech, and infrastructure, helping them navigate complexity with confidence. Our work is grounded in collaboration. We connect regional leaders through powerful networks, driving change through joint research. Discover more at josephcox.org. Joseph Cox & Associates. Insight, experience, impact.
Caribbean Business Review, our conversation with the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Labour and Social Security in Jamaica, where we discuss, is Jamaica transforming its labour system or incrementally upgrading an already constrained structure?
It's a wide, whole of government approach that's going to be needed for us to really change the attitude that will require us to become productive. It's more than just go to heart, learn a skill. It's now becoming emotionally intelligent, professionally understanding, and knowing that that attitude is what's going to get you the job.
Okay, welcome back to Caribbean Business Review. I'm Joseph Cox, and we're now going to a strategy deep dive. And today, our very special guest is the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Labour and Social Security in Jamaica. Minister, welcome.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me on. And I want to say Happy New Year, if I can still say that. Happy New Year to you.
In your case, we should say Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, etc.
I'm telling you,
it's been a while. It's been
a long stretch for us since Hurricane Beryl.
Yes,
my
indeed.
Team at the ministry, we have been on the ground, going from Hurricane Beryl nonstop. So I have to remind people all the time. This just feels like an extended 2.5 year period of disaster relief and recovery for us.
No, I can't imagine. But then, Minister, let me go carry you through some basic issues here. Because one of the things that one would be hard pressed to ignore is Jamaica's significant improvement in terms of reducing the rate of unemployment.
Yes.
But at the same time, employers continue to report labor shortages. Now, from my, I suppose, call it layman's perspective, is this a case of information asymmetry? Is it a matter of skills mismatch, wage issue, or is this evidence of a deeper structural challenge or structural inefficiencies within our labor market?
It's an excellent question. And in response, I tell you this. It's really a reflection of the evolution of our work environment and the demands on the labor market. So the traditional design is no longer sufficient. As we have moved towards this expanding and evolving and dynamic nature of work, you found that how we even calculate the labor force will now have to be contemplated and perhaps redesigned, because you have many different functions. You have the gig platform, you have persons who may not be seen as working, who are actually on TikTok making more money than you who doing a 9 to 5. And then you have a group of persons who are able to work but just do not want to work. right? For whatever the reason is. Maybe they're being taken care of. Who knows? There are some issues that arise when you look on the declining, historically low unemployment rate in comparison to the labor participation rate, which has been very good in comparison to the rest of the region. But even this quarter, we see where there's that contrast, where we have less persons participating and also, still a good, strong unemployment rate. What it means is that we do have some issues in terms of skills mismatch. And we do need to have more robust efforts in terms of heart, looking on the specific types of skills that we are preparing our students for, and, moving in terms of advancing work experience training, making sure that we are not just looking on competitiveness from a local perspective, but a global perspective, given the shrinking markets that we are operating in now, and that we are designing the features of our labor market that will continue to make us not just competitive, but productive. And productivity is one of the main messages that you've heard our Prime Minister harping on. Productivity is their prosperity and peace. And from the productivity perspective, where we come in, the proper matching of skills is critical. The upskilling is also critical. And ensuring that we have a buoyancy that will allow for us to be able to treat with the climatic risk that Jamaica has always contended with, which has affected us and continues to affect our labor market as well. When you have somebody who gets up on a Monday and because of what happened on the Sunday, they didn't fire themselves, they weren't fired by their boss, but they don't have a job. So those are some of the issues that lead us requiring a certain level of buoyancy and strength in terms of the elasticity and the resilience of our labor market in terms of the jobs that we have here, the jobs that we're promoting for the country, the infrastructure, and the employment architecture in terms of laws, regulations. That's why you'd have heard that we are now advancing unemployment insurance. Okay. So unemployment insurance is one of the new initiatives for Jamaica. It's not new globally, but it's new for us as a feature to treat with what we know are the elements and the characteristics of our environment, where you do have persons who will need that support in between jobs. But
then listen, Minister, here's where we're going to run into a problem, because a couple of things, based on what you have just said. One, there is still a concern about our retirement age, because in large part we don't have the skill sets, population growth is down, etc., etc. Yes. So we have a challenge in terms of the actual skill set. So that's one aspect of it. But the second aspect of it now, as you started to transition into the unemployment insurance mechanism, is simply this. What I saw put out thus far was that it was going to be treating with the public sector, at least in the first instance. Now, part of the dynamic behind the unemployment insurance is to reduce labor market rigidities. And I'm just wondering, to what extent, if you limit the scope of it with almost half of your population outside the formal labor force, how do you counterbalance all of these issues to really strive and achieve that level of productivity that you have already identified as one of the structural pillars of the development?
Well, it has to start from the root. And the issues that will lead to us being more productive are wide-ranging and extensive. From the perspective of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we have the two big elements that we're looking on, meaning how are we preparing our people to even have the capacity to enter the labor force in terms of as simple as knowing how to put a resume together, how to market themselves, how to secure and maintain a job, how to treat with the work environment. Then you have the social security aspects as well that are also critical to the labor force. Some persons just need that little support. Some persons just need that push. Some persons need that opportunity for them to be able to move from one space to the next, and to break those, generational, gaps or these negatives that they have seen cycling, from generation to generation. So it's a wide, whole of government approach that's going to be needed for us to really change the attitude that will require us to become productive. It's more than just go to heart, learn a skill. It's now becoming emotionally intelligent, professionally understanding, and knowing that that attitude is what's going to get you the job. Not just I have ones in CSEC, I have A's in at A level. And that's something that we have to teach by how we lead in the government, in the workspace. We have to teach it in a very coherent way in terms of the seminars and the work experience engagements that we have at the Ministry of Labor to train up persons. Mind will be integral in that as well, but also putting in place the architecture. So from laws to protocols to programs that drive productivity, that reward it. I mean, we have now competitions coming out of the Jamaica Productivity Center that cause persons, encourage organizations to become more productive or to integrate best practices in their cooperation and operation so that they can, become the leader in their space in terms of getting the award for the year. So there are many different things that we're doing, not to mention, as I said to you, those other elements from unemployment insurance to issues in terms of looking on our NIS pension. And we are looking, our actuaries are looking on all aspects from age to other elements of the various benefits beyond just pension for NIS to see what we could do in terms of adjustments that can better serve this evolving population and society that we have.
Yeah, but you see, Minister, two things there. One, when you have 47.5% of your people outside the NIS net, of your labor force outside the NIS net, I am not sure how feasible many of the policies that you'll be enunciating, how effective those can be without a concerted effort to drive formalization in this process. I just don't see it.
Yes. So I should have said it. I didn't say it, but that transition from informality to formality is essential, mandatory in terms of being able to achieve the ultimate goals. So we have programs now that are part of the policy direction, like Solidarity. And it hasn't gone smoothly, I must confess, because it is the first time that we're doing that kind of program and we're using a digital platform. But the objective of the program is for us to be able to identify 7 categories of Jamaicans. Persons who are low-income workers, persons with disabilities who need help, persons who, and this is interesting, have no documentation. So you have no birth certificate, no TRN. Business owners who have been impacted by some climatic event over the last couple of months. Those are some of the categories. And what we do, beyond giving them a short-term benefit of $20,000, is there's this longer-term benefit of access to the suite of government services, such as getting your TRN, retrieving your birth certificate documentation, getting the NIS done and formalized, registering you into some kind of training program, helping you in terms of building out your business, and ultimately bringing you into the formal system so that you can not only become part of the group that is our workforce, but you can have access to Social Security now, because inadvertently, a lot of the persons who are the most vulnerable of the vulnerable are locked out of the system because the system requires registration. The system requires accountability. And we have to know who you are, where you are, what is it you're doing in the system. So most of the persons who have that fragile circumstance and are really the most vulnerable are inadvertently outside of that perimeter. So these kinds of programs like Solidarity are a very deliberate approach of the government to take on that hard work, that work that most persons don't want to do, because who wants to now track you and have to almost compel you to go and get your birth certificate. We don't want that. It takes so long when we can just deal with the persons who have birth certificate and in one day everybody's registered. So the ministry has been treating with that, and we have learned. I'm going to tell you this. We have learned so much in this journey of dealing with these categories of persons who are outside of the perimeter of formality. And you really understand how difficult it is for them. And you see the characteristics that are overlapping in terms of their inability to even be a part of the digital world that we have now. Because most of those persons, when we're talking about now moving to greater efficiency and productivity, you are leaving them behind. So there's this balance between driving productivity, which is improving efficiency, and having an inadvertent consequence that we call digital exclusion, which is taking this group of persons who we need to treat with productivity and to treat with our labor market, and for them to become a part of it in a constructive way. And because of how we are improving the system, they are even, further distanced from the system. So again, all can't be said in one conversation, but you hit the nail on the head when you spoke about the need for formality, because it treats with so many important things that are required for you to have a stable, certain, sustainable, and successful system.
No, quite so. But it's the other aspect of it now, because as you mentioned the matter about the digitization, etc. And I do know that a lot of work is being done in that respect. But part of the challenge, and is that we need to learn from our past experiences. And coming out of the recent hurricane, Melissa, right? For those parishes that were most adversely affected, part of the challenge that really emerged with the digital platforms was that people basically were locked out, at least in the first couple of weeks, because they just had no access. So employers who paid people online, the people couldn't access the money. It is there on paper, yes, but they can't access it, etc., etc. So it seems to me that in dealing with the digitization and the digital transformation of the processes, that you need to have in place, I would call it a hybrid mechanism, because you do have those who, elderly, for example, who they don't trust telephones. You have people who still swear by their bangers, no matter how much you give them the high-end phone, they want that. So in other words, there is that technological resistance that you have to treat with, which I'm sure you are finding in your daily endeavors. And then now juxtapose that against some of the historic challenges that we have had with programs like PATH. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with PATH, but PATH has been known, or it has become infamous in some respects, for having some of the structural leakages.
Yes.
Right? So I'm just trying to say, how do you move forward? How do you transition to this new paradigm, as it were, but at the same time making sure that, to use a cliche term, no one is left behind?
So I had the great opportunity recently of joining the region in Sao Paulo, Brazil, for a social security, the International Social Security Association forum. And the focus was on exactly what you spoke of a while ago, which is the issues that plague digitization, the issues that we have to contend with in terms of improving our social security architecture, to ensure that we do not, without want or inadvertently leave people behind. And what has come up as a part of the solutions that are required for us to contemplate is having the multiplicity, having a wide range of options in terms of engagement with our clients. So yes, we do want to move towards greater digitization and greater use of digital platforms, because it is safer, more accountable, faster. Yes. But that's only for about 85%. What happens to the other 15 to 20%? Well, we should still have the option available to them of getting a check. We should still have the option of them being able to come to the parish office. And we should accommodate that. And it should become a part of what we are doing in terms of integrating into our solutions and our interface until we have reached a stage of development where the infrastructure available in all communities is such that it is satisfactory to allow persons to have reasonable access, whether through themselves or getting help from a family member, to all that is required for them to be able to interface and engage with our digital system. So we're doing that. We're also driving now this support in terms of our team being trained for them to go into communities and train up the clients and help the citizens to be able to access these digital platforms, whether it is in closer proximity to them, or just to train them or train somebody in the household to know how to engage in terms of using whatever system we're using. For instance, the system we're using in Hurricane Melissa, in terms of our household assessments, is completely different than what we did in Beryl. In Beryl, we did under 20,000 household assessments in about 9 months. In Melissa, we did more than 100,000 in 4 months. And the difference was really the use of a digital mechanism that allowed real-time uploading. It removed the need for data transfer. It removed the errors that come with that data uploading and the data transfer. And it allowed for us to take pictures, to take GPS location, much more accurate, much more accountable in terms of the structure, and much faster. But what also happens is that you have the issues in terms of, again, now, what happens if you don't have the device? What happens if the device battery is dead? What happens if you don't have access to Wi-Fi? What happens in many different scenarios? So as we utilize this format, we still have access to the paper-based. And we did a couple of those paper-based when we just got out of Melissa for the first 48-hour period. And what happened is that those were done. They were transferred over at a later date and incorporated into the wider range of digital data gathering that we did.
But then how do you still safeguard against leakage? Because as I said, Path is notorious for it. And, it's not that, I don't think you're trying to reconstruct all the systems within the ministry. So, I mean, you're building on what you have. So what is this kind of strength thing that you're putting into safeguard against this leakage? And when I say leakage, I mean, just say it be clear to the audience in general, because what you have is that you have people who are seeking to claim benefits, who are not actually eligible for it. So you have those who are in the ABC1 group, who should not be getting the benefits, but they are the ones who are trying to game the system to avail themselves of it. So what are safeguards you're putting in place now to minimize that? I know you won't get rid of it altogether, but how you minimize it?
I tell you this, what we've found is that the integration of these digital systems does help to reduce leakage, because it allows for the quick monitoring of a lot of data simultaneously that could not be easily done if you're using paper-based. You'd have a lot more human error. So that's one. Secondly, we are revamping the entire program, for instance, with Path and many other programs. And I wouldn't say fully reconstructing all, but some are being reconstructed because the systems and the programs are antiquated. You're talking about programs that were started some 2 decades ago. It just will not fit the Jamaica that you have in 2026. So it's not that the program is bad, it's that the program is old. And for instance, the characteristics and the elements of what that program was asking you for to determine whether you would be satisfactory, eligible to get onto Path are just not questions you'd want to ask somebody now, right? So these are things that are being reconstructed, from Path to work permit to ASH, all of the aspects of the ministry. We are redesigning to fit the new Jamaica and the new construct of what we want Jamaica in 2050 to be? Because that's what we need to be talking about now. Anybody
No,
talking about
indeed.
2030 is
Yeah,
you're
well,
way behind. You need to be
yeah.
talking 2050 or beyond 2050.
But then, Minister, yeah, but then as you go to 2050, one of the obvious things that comes to mind is the old age dependency ratios. Now, in 2024, the figure is actually 12.2, but 13 because you have a 0.2 of anybody. 13% of the population would have fallen into that old age dependency scheme. Versus 2050 is projected to be 33.9, call it 34%. That's almost a tripling in a matter of, what year are in? 2026, 24 years, basically.
Yes.
Right? Now, when you get into that, and of course, if you start to take the wider dependency ratios now with children, etc., you're looking at a figure even now at 47%. What that tells me is a couple of things, and tell me why I'm wrong. One, your NIS cannot be funded. The thing is too thin. The contribution mechanism is too thin for it to be sustained. Two, if you're looking at where you're going with that now, we are going to have a serious pension crisis in the sense that, for example, with your NIS, the replacement income rates are just way too low, no matter how you cut it. And it's a condition of what I said before. But if you look at your NIS rates now, if you look at the replacement income rates, they're probably less than half of what minimum wage is. So I'm trying to see how then do you move forward, and what is the effective strategy? In fact, it's not just a strategy. What's the kind of transformational framework that you're looking to put in place to treat with that eventuality?
So I'm going to say three things.
Right.
Right. We know that it's going to double. The number of seniors are expanding because people are living longer, right? But not only because we're living longer, the percentage of our senior citizens in terms of the population is expanding because people are also having less children. So yes, you have more seniors, but not just the increase in number, the increase in importance to society of those seniors being active, healthy, productive, and constructive is going to now increase as well. And that's a distinction that I want your listeners to understand. Is that we don't just have more senior citizens. Senior citizens will have no choice but to take on a greater load in terms of the productivity of the country because you have less persons in the other age brackets. That's one. Secondly, in terms of the actuarial professionals that we have actuarial professionals who guide us utilizing their mathematical formulas on the projections for the fund that we have dedicated to our pension. And as it is, our fund is healthy. But we need to continue to develop, to have more robust investment, and to make sure that whatever we're doing is going to contemplate the significant, the exponential, I would say, increase in terms of demand for increased benefits that will come in a few months.
But Minister, let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you right there because I'm trying to wrap my mind around something. Because I was reading by some actuarial study that was done in 2024, it said that the NIF, without parametric reform, would be depleted by 2033. But now you are saying the fund is healthy. Which is it?
No, as it is now, right now, the fund is healthy. But remember that the fund looks towards, way off projections.
Well, sure.
And it must do so to ensure that it can avoid adverse pathways. And so there are things that are required for us to do in terms of the restructuring of the investment schematic, how much we're putting into real estate, how much into the different types of bonds, to make sure that we are guided by the actuarial professionals and putting in place the kind of structure that will make greater investments so you can have greater return for our pensioners. So as it is now, we are not in a bad position, but we know that with the kind of risk attendant to being in a country like Jamaica, anything can happen at any time. And that's where you see that we have, a lot of work that's needed. So the third thing I would say is that we really need to look on the investment structure for the NIF, and we're doing so. Matter of fact, we have a meeting this morning of that committee to make sure that we are making the right investments and that we are putting in place the kind of architecture that is going to be required for us to deal with the greater demand that is coming. And that's something which Cabinet is aware of, and it's a priority matter for us because our pensioners, as I said, pensioners are going to be seen in a different light in about 10 years. It's not going to be, it's just a bunch of old people who are retiring. People will realize very quickly that in about 10, 15 years, you are going to have a productive class and bracket of senior citizens. So there'll be many adjustments that we're looking on. We're doing some consultations now to look on what is required to have a proactive approach in terms of the development that will be needed for senior citizens and for pensioners. And it's going to have to be beyond just the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. The Ministry of Health and Wellness will be critical as well, and other ministries, to make sure that we are putting in place now the greater avenues for knowledge, for capacity, for our seniors to be engaged, and I'd say across the country through the citizens groups and the seniors groups and associations, beyond being engaged, we now have to look towards them being empowered to start their own business, and not just because they have to. That's the other thing. Many seniors are doing it because they have no choice. Because as you said, what they're getting is not sufficient. No. So we're restructuring. We're looking on it. The ministry is guided. We're working with the ILO, working with the ISSA as well, and we are looking on all of the organizational changes that we needed for us and the different programs that we need to integrate to prepare Jamaica for what is coming 2030 and beyond.
No, well, all right, but I hear you on that. And the obvious question that follows would be that, for example, Jamaica is, in terms of retirement age, is seemingly a little behind its Caribbean counterparts. Because, for example, in Barbados and in other countries, they're moving towards 67, 68, but we seemingly, as at this point in time, we're keeping 65. And that is, of course, representing an improvement from a couple of years ago. When it was 60.
I was about to say, yes.
Yes, I'm wondering, so at what point will we start to look at it? Because I am concerned that where we are now, based on this basic arithmetic, if you don't extend, and for me, what I would say is that I would urge you and your team to be considering things like incentive frameworks, deferred retirement benefits, etc., to basically lengthen that employment curve until you can treat some of the other issues that obtain. Because as it stands now, Minister, I really don't know. Can you have people, all right, because they reach a particular age benchmark, you put them out of the system? That makes no sense.
Listen, I'm not one that needs convincing when it comes down to that. I have been a proponent of that before becoming Minister of Labour and Social Security. So these are discussions that we are having right now actively, and we don't have a choice but to have these conversations. As you know, the dynamic of our society is not one that is going to be changing. It's changing right now before our eyes. We are here, we're seeing it. So we're having the conversations, and I'm anticipating that you will see more changes coming up within the next 2 years that will prepare us in a better way for the journey, the trajectory that we're seeing coming up 2030 and beyond in terms of our senior citizens playing a much more active role in the society's productivity.
No, indeed. I'm glad to hear that. But the last couple of questions I have for you, because we're running out of time now, is one, in terms of unemployment insurance, when specifically should we look for its implementation?
We are having the preliminary meetings now. We had one about 2 weeks ago. We have another one coming up with the tripartite. And we have already started the preliminary activities that are required for us to prepare for the launch of unemployment insurance. And there is a built-in 1-year period before it will become active. And then there's another built-in 3-year period when it will be reviewed thereafter to expand beyond the initial public sector and other categories like domestic workers and so that would be integrated at that time. So it's a phased approach which has started, and it is actually a part of the Spiral project, right? Which is a social protection for increased resilience and opportunity project that we have, that $20 million U.S. World Bank project investing in social security in Jamaica and making sure that all that we have in terms of the varying elements of social security can now be connected in a comprehensive way with this as the nucleus to drive efficiency, to do what you said earlier, for instance, with PATH, to make sure that the right people are on the right program and getting the right kind of support, and that the wrong people are not on the programs as well. And Spiral is what we define as the modernization of the social security architecture and the framework to increase and to improve the ability to provide the right benefit for our citizens, including unemployment insurance, which is, again, an integral part of what we're doing with the Spiral project. And that has started.
All right. And the last question that I'm going to raise with you is, and this one's a little sensitive, I suspect, but the United States has recently basically suspended immigrant visa privileges for Jamaica, among many other countries. But the question is this: do you, from your vantage point in the ministry, do you see this as basically the U.S. repricing the risk associated with a broader gamut of things, inclusive of like your farm work programs, the overseas employment programs, or is as this point in time you still maintain that level of comfort where you don't think those things are under threat? What is the stance you're taking now?
So we should note that whatever adjustments that the U.S. has made as their own sovereign country are their decisions, their choice.
Quite.
And in this regard, those decisions did not negatively impact the H2A program, didn't impact our farm work program. Matter of fact, there was a carve-out for the farm work program because of the strength of the legacy partnership that we have with the US and similarly with Canada, and the need that they have for our workers and the need that we have for the work. So we have had a long-standing partnership, which continues to be one that has successfully supported thousands of families. We have 9,000 persons in Canada, another 6,000 in the US, and that's just on the government programs. You have several other persons who are integrated into overseas employment through private employment agencies that we actually approve and certify here in Jamaica to carry Jamaicans up for work, for different types of work. But so for us, we take note that these programs have not been negatively affected by any adjustments or any changes in terms of the protocols that have been set by our partners.
All right, fair enough. And I suppose that's where we have to leave it for today, Minister. So thank you very much, the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Labour and Social Security in Jamaica. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Yes, man. All the best. It's been good.
All the best
Good
to
to,
you.
good, good to
Thanks
see you.
much.
Good to see you as well.
Indeed, same here.
Let's
Same
hear
here.
for that. All right. Respect.
This is a market watch. We begin in the Bahamas, where Fitch Ratings has a cordial rating of BB minus with a stable outlook, but risks are building. Debt remains elevated at 75.3% of GDP, with growth expected to slow to 2.2% in 2026 amid tourism and energy shocks. In Haiti, the picture is more severe. Despite meeting IMF program targets, the economy has contracted for a seventh consecutive year, with inflation still high at 22.1% and financial intermediation weakening. Turning to tourism in the Bahamas, total departures rose 4.9% in February, with strong growth in non-U.S. markets, while pricing remains firm, with average daily rates exceeding $650 for premium listings. Jamaica recorded over 1 million visitor arrivals and $956 million in earnings in Q1 2026, with arrivals up 25% from Latin America and 7% from Asia. But that recovery faces new risks. Caribbean Airlines has introduced a $15 to $25 fuel surcharge as jet fuel costs surge to as much as 50% of operating expenses. Globally, airlines are raising fares and cutting capacity, with over 1,000 flights already reduced, signaling tightening connectivity. Across the Eastern Caribbean, structural constraints are becoming more visible. Banks hold over $28 billion in deposits, but only $16 billion in loans, highlighting a persistent credit transmission gap despite the excess liquidity. In Turks and Caicos, a strategic shift is underway. The government is moving away from its debt-free model, introducing borrowing under a $550 million budget to finance infrastructure and long-term growth. Meanwhile, growth across Latin America and the Caribbean is expected to slow to 2.1% in 2026, constrained by weak investment, high borrowing costs, and elevated public debt. On the energy front, in Jamaica, rising oil prices are feeding directly into domestic costs. Fuel prices have increased by over $20 in 5 weeks, intensifying pressure on households and raising difficult fiscal trade-offs around tax policy. And in Grenada, businesses are already feeling the strain, with shipping costs up 8.5% and further increases expected, compressing margins and raising concerns about demand. Turning to our regional markets and currencies, in the foreign exchange markets remains broadly stable across CARICOM, with most currencies holding their pegs or managed ranges against the US dollar, including the Bahamian, Barbadian, and Eastern Caribbean dollars. While the Jamaican dollar trades at approximately 159.18 to 1, the Guyana dollar at 2.18, Suriname at 37.77, and the Haitian gourd traded at 131.29. In equities, the Jamaica Stock Exchange declined 0.77% to close at 337,083 points, while Trinidad and Tobago declined marginally. Marginal gains were recorded in the Bahamas and Barbados, while regional composite indices showed mixed but generally modest movement. Among movers, Pulse Investments gained over 14%, while Sagicor Real Estate X Fund declined by 15.29%. Now that's it for your Market Watch. I'm Joseph Cox. Global Pulse is up next. This is CBR. This is a Global Pulse. We begin in the United States, where resilience is masking deeper risks. Growth reached 2% in 2025 and is projected at 2.4% in 2026, but debt has climbed to 123.9% of GDP and is expected to exceed 140% by 2031, highlighting rising fiscal vulnerability. Inflation is also reaccelerating, rising 0.9% month-on-month and 3.3% year-on-year in March, driven by energy costs, complicating Federal Reserve policy. In Europe, growth momentum is weakening. Eurozone PMI fell to 50.7, its lowest pace in 9 months, with services activity softening and input costs rising at the fastest rate in over 3 years, raising stagflation risks. At the same time, 5 EU countries are proposing a windfall tax on energy firms as gas prices have surged more than 70% since the Iran conflict began. In the UK, the auto market expanded 6.6% in March, but electric vehicle adoption remains below policy targets, with costs significantly higher than expected. Turning to Asia, Japan's growth remains subdued at around 1%, with public debt exceeding 250% of GDP. A record 122 trillion yen budget underscores an expansionary stance even as bond yields rise. Meanwhile, China is seeing a structural shift in global trade flows. One settlement is accelerated, with transaction values surging to over 1.2 trillion in a single day, while car exports jumped 73.7% year-on-year, even as domestic demand weakens. Taiwan exports are also surging, up 61.8% to record levels, driven by global demand for AI-related technologies. In energy markets, supply disruptions remain dominant. OPEC Plus has announced a 206,000 barrel per day increase in output, but this represents less than 2% of disrupted supply, limiting any impact on prices. Freight costs have risen between 60% and 80%, while war risk insurance premiums have increased up to tenfold, reinforcing persistent supply chain pressure. And globally, airlines are responding. Jet fuel prices have nearly doubled, driving fare increases, capacity cuts, and higher fees, with over 1,000 flights already reduced. The IMF now warns that all roads point to a higher inflation and slower growth, with oil supply down 13% and global forecasts likely to be revised downward. Turning to global commodity and stock markets, oil prices pulled back, with West Texas Intermediate at 96.57 and Brent at 94.26, though the OPEC basket remains elevated above 107, reflecting underlying supply tightness. Natural gas also edged lower. On equities, performance was uneven. The Dow Jones fell 0.56% and the S&P 500 slipped, while the Nasdaq posted modest gains. In Europe, markets were largely flat, with minor declines in the FTSE and DAX. In contrast, Asia outperformed. Japan's Nikkei rose 1.84% and the Hang Seng was up 0.55%. Now that's it for the Global Pulse. I am Joseph Cox and this is CBR. Well, that's a wrap on episode 13, season 3 of the Caribbean Business Review. Well, thank you so much to our loyal audience across MKR Radio and all digital platforms for your continued support. As always, we stand by our mantra: knowledge is strength, but information is power. Our special thanks to the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security in Jamaica, who helped us confront a fundamental question. Is Jamaica transforming its labor system or incrementally upgrading an already constrained structure? As we interrogated deeper system dynamics, skills mismatches, labor shortages, and the growing role of informality. Some of the strategic takeaways.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard
All things are possible if you only believe. Sitting at home all alone, wondering what tomorrow may bring. He of little faith, dig deeper within. Healing the sick, he raised the dead, he walked on the sea. He worked miracles if you only believe. Only believe, only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. Only believe, only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. Lord, show me the way to do your will, and I will obey. I wanna be your servant. On my knees I pray. Lord, give me strength to carry on. Please lead the way, because I believe. Yes, I believe. Oh, I believe that all things are possible.
Yes, welcome to Workers' Time. And you know, on Mondays this is where we spend some time looking at what is happening at the workplace. You know, it is very troubling now. And I have with me the Vice President of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Union, Clifton Grant, and also the Vice President of the Caribbean, the trade unions in Trinidad, Michael Anisette. Yes. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
How are you, man? Good day, brother. What's up with you? And good day to you. We are trying to see our next day through. Well, yeah, it's one day at a time, dear Jesus. One day at a time. Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, let's start with you, Clifton. What is happening? What is the latest?
Well, the latest that we had a meeting with the ministry officials last week, hoping that we will be in a position to advance the negotiation, but unfortunately, we did not achieve that objective. And therefore, we have called for a meeting with the Minister of Finance to address some critical issues, which include the wage issues and the whole question of the concession for the civil servants.
So, last week meeting did not achieve its objective at all.
Well, it seems that the both sides didn't go in the same agenda. We have been waiting on the ministry for an invitation for continuing negotiation. I received that invitation. We went there with the view to continue the talks in terms of the wage and the concession for the civil service traveling officers, but unfortunately the ministry officials turn up with a different agenda.
What they wanted to talk about?
Well, we wrote them early in February on some outstanding issue in terms of implementation of outstanding issues, and so they came to respond to that and not to the main item that is causing civil servants to be very, very concerned in terms of whether or not they will be getting an adjustment which will be better than what the government have on the table. Because it is 1 year plus now. The contract expired and the new cycle started. And all the government have on the table is 2% for last year and 2.5% this year and 2.5% next year. And we are saying to the government that is not in keeping with what the workers are expecting.
Yes. So let me try and understand it. The unions have rejected the 2.5% then. What the unions have rejected what the government has put on the table.
Let me put it this way, we use our language. It is 2.5%, 2.5% and 2.5% is not acceptable to us. We're hoping that negotiation will continue so that we can arrive at some settlement at a very early date. As I said earlier, the 1 year pass.
Yes. So I would imagine well, you said the unions are hoping for negotiations to continue.
Yes, we are hoping that we will get we have requested a meeting with the Minister of Finance, hoping that we will get that meeting early so that we can advance the process. Because if we're talking about a 3-year contract cycle, 1 year plus pass, if we don't conclude the negotiation by the time we sign, we are preparing for our next round of negotiation, which is not in keeping with efficiency.
I see. But
apart from that,
yes.
Apart from the main issue in the public sector, the University of the West Indies compensation review is still outstanding.
Yeah.
Ernst & Young completed their review from last year and submitted it. The university submitted to the government, and we are still waiting on the government to respond to the university that we can try and conclude the negotiation for the workers on the university campus who were not involved, who were not included in the compensation review for public sector workers. So we embark on a separate activity along the same principle that it has as central government. But unfortunately, the University of West Indies employees weren't included in that round of review. And therefore, we have to engage Ernst & Young in order to do that review. That was completed, and we're still awaiting the ministry respond to the university on that subject.
In the meantime, the workers are, I get the impression that the workers are getting restive.
They are very, very restive. And if they are restive, I wouldn't blame them. They have waited and they have been very patient. The compensation review goes back to 2022.
Yes,
and therefore they have received some interim adjustment, but that don't reflect what they should have received if they were included in the central compensation review.
Yes, I understand. Let me hear from Mr. Anisette what is happening in Trinidad. Mr. Anisette, what is happening in Trinidad? I see the nurses are restive.
All right, let me good day again to the listening public and my comrade, and Desmond again for the opportunity to speak to the Caribbean region. Actually, nothing has fundamentally changed. We would have had a signing off by the National Union of Government and Federated Workers. They would have signed for a non-cash item and 40% cash with 6%, is it 6%? 10% over a 6-year period. All right, they would have signed off on that, but workers are concerned about it because it doesn't really address the cost of living and, the devaluation of your purchasing powers and all the economic issues that you face when you are negotiating in 2026 for a 2017 to 2020 collective agreement. And you will appreciate the economic and financial difficulties that workers will be facing, and they are facing as a consequence of that delay in finalizing those outstanding negotiations. There's other issue that would have popped up in the domain, which is the nurses who would have taken some kind of strike act. Well, protest action, let me put it that way, over the unilateral attempt by the chairman of the regional health authorities to take away the $75 pool, that they call it, and bring it to $60 for some of the nurses, notwithstanding the fact that the nurses were enjoying the $75 over extended period. Now, nurses do not get overtime in the traditional way. They have something what they call a pool, and they get $75. Some nurses get $60, some get $40. But what the nurses have been arguing, and quite rightly so, but we have been enjoying the $75 for an extended period of time, and therefore it becomes a term and condition of my employment. And you cannot unilaterally come and change my terms and conditions without going through due process, which is enshrined in the Industrial Mediation Act. Mm-hmm. So that they would have met with the National Trade Union Center. I would have chaired that meeting. I was able to get the president of the PSA to meet with them the following day. And they have reported to me that they were happy with the outcome of the meeting because the Regional Health Authority people, they were working for the government. And the government formed these 4 different health authorities. And for some strange reason, the nurses didn't have their recognition with the PSA transferred to the different entities. So as I speak to you, they are without a recognized majority union status. And it's only those who remain in PSA are the ones who may get some relief. But in my discussions, the PSA, they have undertaken to address that issue across the board, so there would not be any nurses left behind. And I think those are the realities. And my comrade, well, I am happy to hear that it's only 1 year outstanding, but in Trinidad and Tobago, we're talking about 9 years and as much as 12 years outstanding in negotiation. So you could understand how restive the workers are in Trinidad and Tobago, and they are, and it is reflective of the large turnout from by the nurses Friday gone there when they had a protest demonstration.
Mm-hmm. Yes. The situation is, as you said, that. But tell me something, Mike. I see where the government earlier on sign off with the unions. 10% increase across. Was that across the board or?
No. It was not across the board. It was specific to this groups of workers. Now, the 10%, let me make it clear. The 10% is the offer that would have, for over a 6-year period, would have come out of the UNC government, who has recently taken over from the PNM administration. And you have to recall that the PNM administration was offering 4% over a 6-year period. And yes, there were some unions who, for whatever reason, which I don't want to get into, would have signed up on that. But when the UNC came into power, they would have campaigned that, they would look at it, and they did put on the table 10% over a 6-year period for the public servants, and it has now extended to the daily rated workers represented by the National Union of Government and Federated Workers. There are still several government statutory boards and entities that collective agreement is still outstanding. And from a NATO perspective, that is what we are trying to collate to ensure that some resolution is had for these thousands of workers who have not seen a wage increase for the last 10 years or more.
Yes. No, you heard it there, that workers in Trinidad have not received a wage increase for the last 10 years. There are workers in Trinidad who have not received wage increase for the last 10 years. No.
And that is, and just let me bring some clarity, all right, for it, and that only applies to government and workers and them. For the private sector, they would have been negotiating in the usual 3-year cycle.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't have that problem in the private sector. It only applies to the government
workers.
Employees.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And what is being done to adjust that situation?
Well, there is this that is being mooted about, which is, we made the treasury almost dry. We are not in a position to generate foreign exchange, and therefore, the union must understand that our 10% over a 6-year period is much better than what the PNM was offering for the same period. But the issue is to me, as a Trinidadian, as a trade unionist, and as I always tell people, as a father, a grandfather, and a great-grandfather, is that sufficient for a worker to keep his economic nose above the water? Because what efficiencies, what incentive would you give for productivity when they cannot work to meet their daily commitments? And that is what wages is all about. And when you fail to address that, you are creating an environment that is not suited for efficiency and productivity and good industrial relations.
Understood, sir. Yes. But I get the impression that, as you said, you mentioned that too, that the government is pleading that the coffers are empty. They don't have the money to pay. Is that what the government is saying?
Basically, that is why they would have offered the unions for the back pay 40% in money benefits, but 60% in non-cash items.
Yes.
So they are asking you to give up 60% of whatever back pay would have accumulated over the period, and you will be paid in non-cash items, meaning that no cash will be paid from the covers of the government. And that's a new phenomenon in industrial relations. I don't know if that ever happened in Jamaica or other Caribbean regions. And I honestly believe that if there's an issue in Trinidad and Tobago, there must be a collective will and efforts by the social partners to sit down and engage in the kind of dialogue that will speak to the issues affecting the government and the employers, and we can come up with a reasonable approach, bearing in mind that workers are the engine and drivers of the economic growth in our country, and I dare say across the Caribbean region, and therefore we press wages at that mass majority of workers. You are in effect depressing the economy, and we have to come up with new ideas. It cannot be when we have no money. We have to find a way to address that, to ensure that there's a balance. And according to the Africans, you know, there's a feather to balance on the scale, so they will have that kind of balance, equity, and equality, rather than you're seeing a few people benefited, big cars, big salaries, and workers are being asked to make the ultimate sacrifice. You cannot run an economy so, and that is a prescription for industrial relation confusion.
Yes. Let me ask you something. The new government accepted that increase that was voted for the old government before the period?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Because that was from the Salary Review Commission.
Yes.
All right, and I don't want to get into that. All right, because they may argue well, there's a smaller group of people, but the principle is that the salaries of those groups of our people, it is way above that of the ordinary worker, and therefore, if I'm being asked to make sacrifices, you must demonstrate it too by making sacrifices.
Okay.
But you cannot have a 47% increase, a 32% increase for you. You accept it, and then you're offering workers 4%, like the Rowley administration, and while the 10% is an increase over what the PNM administration was offering. Economic reality is it sufficient to ensure that workers' salary meets its day-to-day financial commitments? And that is so fundamental in economics, and people must understand that.
Okay, I see. Well, we are, the situation is not like that in Jamaica, but it is, as Mr. Grant pointed out, that the workers are restive now because they have been waiting for a year, and the government has not indicated when it is going to end this negotiation. Mr. Grant told us that they are waiting another meeting, a date for a meeting with the Ministry of Finance. Yes. In the meantime, Clifton, what is happening with your members at JUTC? I see where a number of drivers have been charged for various things there. What is happening?
Well, as I said to you the last time, that I refrain from making any comment on these specific cases, because it is before the court. But what I have said to the management this morning in the meeting, that that to go to the state apparatus to deal with industrial relations issues is not normal in the Jamaican context, and therefore we call on them to review their position, despite what the allegation is. There must be some respect to the industrial relations aspect before you engage external force to assist you in any investigation. So this one, while I meet with the management this morning, we put that on the table. So we're hoping that they will listen to us and do what is right. In the meantime, we say to the workers who are charged by the police that the union don't have any capacity to go to court, and then we need to engage the service of their lawyers in order to protect them. Their interests in the courts.
Yeah.
We have seen this already, and in most of the cases, the JTC come out on the losing side. So I just issue a word of caution to them that they must be careful what they're doing, because if they continue along this path, what they are doing is jeopardizing the industrial relations agreement that we have with the company. And this approach is not a common approach in terms of the Jamaican context. You worry about that in South America and so forth, but not in the local in our local environment. And we don't like to see that come and play a dominant part in any industrial relation environment. So I'm hoping that the company will listen to us and do what is right.
Okay. All right. Well, we are waiting to see what will happen there. I did not get a chance to attend that meeting at the Industrial Disputes Tribunal where the Senator Brown, as you had informed us, was going to make some statements in relation to the doctors.
Yes, and you will have seen some aspect of it in the media, and I think Senator Brown did an excellent job on behalf of the doctors. Yeah. And we are waiting the IDT now to make an award in keeping with the evidence presented.
Yes. In the meantime, I know that a number of workers were affected by Melissa, and I know that teachers and a lot of workers, but some of your members were, especially in the Western End, were impacted by Melissa. Am I right with that? So far.
Yeah, correct. Especially in the Westmoreland, Trelawny region, St. Elizabeth.
Yes.
People are putting back their life together. They are not getting the level of support that they were expecting from the government. But Jamaicans are Jamaicans, and they have a certain level of independence, and when they can't get help, they put themselves to the wheel and get things done. And we have a way in terms of the rural communities where we have this cooperation between the communities where one help the next one. And that a lot of that is taking place in those communities to bring back their life together. We're just hoping that the climatical condition will allow them to return to some semblance of normalcy before any further disruption.
Yes.
And as you talk about disruption, Desmond, I think that as the trade union and Jamaicans and the Caribbean, what's going on in the Middle East, we should not turn a blind eye to it, because it will continue going to have serious impact on the lives of the Caribbean.
It is having impact. It is having a serious impact already, because the prices of gas and oil, has gone up.
And fertilizer.
Yes. And we know that this is going to impact the Caribbean people. Am I right there, Mike? Have you started to see any increases in gas and oil in Trinidad?
Yeah, well, what I want to say, and is a general position that we take in the Caribbean Congress of Labour, that when America sneezes, we get pneumonia.
Yes.
But the fact is that we are a major importer of our goods and services. About 90% food in foodstuffs and other areas. I don't know what it is like in Jamaica, but because we are relying on the gas and oil, which have a lot of byproducts that comes out of it, right? That we have to use within the Caribbean region. The Commonwealth mentioned fertilizer, but there are other products that you get from oil and gas that we have used. The question of oil for your motor car and for your machinery and a whole series of electricity and all these things are affected, and therefore the Caribbean region, we are affected, and I believe it is in our best interest for us to come together as a region to see how we can collectively assist one another during this trying period, because there is a need for this brotherhood and this unity and collective wisdom, in my view, to ensure that the Caribbean, which is small, yet but we can work together in order to ride this particular storm. No country can do it by themselves.
Yes. Gentlemen, I want you to just hold it there for me while we take a break. This is Rebel Radio and we are on workers' time. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Okay, yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And we are on workers' time talking about the situation facing the workforce in the Caribbean. Yes, and as you were saying, Mike, that the trade union movement in the Caribbean should come together to see how they can best defend the interests of the workers in light of these rising costs. But from the Caribbean Congress of Labor, have you initiated such a move?
Yeah, well, we have tried an initiative with the Jamaican thing that was not successful, I must say, for the private sector. And what I've learned coming out of that, the trade union movement cannot be just an organization that pick up grievance to go to court to do things like that, because the brother said something that the workers have to find their own lawyers. And we have to start to think, in my humble view, in another way to grow our unions and federations so that we can make tangible contributions towards workers in times of disaster. I would like to see, you understand, that if a child does well in a common entrance or whatnot, that from a CCL perspective, we could give 10 grants across the region. You know, those are things that I believe that we have to start to look at. And we cannot continue in the traditional way, because dues will not suffice given all what is happening. All right? And I believe, quite frankly, it is something that we should put more focus on. We must get more relevant in terms of the economic and financial development of the workers that we represent. Collective agreement by itself would not cut it alone, or picking up a dispute would not cut it alone. We have to think beyond that, and we have to have the kind of vision, you understand, to make the union relevant to the membership and the working class in general.
Yes, of course. Yes. What do you think of that, Clifton?
I agree with my brother that we have to look on the worker beyond just the workplace, just beyond a wage package. And what we have been doing in some sectors, some years ago we got the government to sign off an agreement with the National Housing Trust to build houses for the sugar workers who with their low wage could not go to the NHC by themselves and get the benefits. So what we did was to negotiate with the NHC, the government supported it, and what they did was to provide land that the NHC build homes on. So if you go to St. Thomas out in Duckensfield, you will find a scheme out there, and a scheme up in the hills in St. Thomas. We're going to Clarendon into East region. There's a scheme there. We're going to go down to Westmoreland, down to local London side. You will find a scheme there built and by the National Housing Trust on behalf of sugar workers. So we have been looking beyond that, and just a few weeks ago we met with the National Housing Trust and the JUTC management for them to see how can they create a window where an important company like JUTC will provide central transport service to provide assist those workers in getting homes in different housing solutions. So we have been looking beyond just the straight pay. We have been negotiating scholarships in the contracts that extended to workers, children, and so forth. So the part of the contract is for the employer to provide scholarship to children of workers to assist the parents to make sure that we can take the worker's child beyond where the current worker is, and we have seen some very, very good results coming out of those assistance.
Yes.
So both in the private and the public sector, we have negotiated specific funds in the public sector to offer scholarship to workers of children in the public sector also.
That is good news. Good news. Good news. Mike, there was you were supposed to hold on. Let me find out. You remember that aid package that the unions in Trinidad were putting together to assist the Jamaican workers. What happened to that?
All right, we would have went about trying to get, and then that is why I made that point, that we have to go beyond collective bargaining, because the trade union cannot live on union dues alone. We have to find some investment portfolios. We have to run companies, make money so that we can be independent. But what has happened is that yes, we did receive some stuff, but suffice it to say, there was so much unemployment in our country. All right, and the volume of assistance that we would have gotten did not make sense, in my humble view, to send that to Jamaica. You know, that was just like not even scratching the surface. I was hoping to get something much more meaningful, much more tangible. That you know, the Jamaican colleagues who went through that experience would have felt it like I'm welcome. Because we even tried to get galvanized and all these things, but those companies wasn't that willing to stretch their hands along those lines. So what we did actually is, with the little that we had, we would have given it to the most vulnerable in Trinidad and Tobago, which came in quite handy. And I am in the process of trying to set up some. We have to find a way where we will have the cash in order to make a reasonable contributions in circumstances that would have happened in Jamaica, rather than leaning on the goodness of our employers to assist. That don't bring about the level of independence that I believe that we're supposed to have. And therefore, there's a lot of thought process going into how we develop this so that we could really be making tangible interventions on behalf of workers across the Caribbean region.
Right, sir. I know that Vincent Morrison from Jamaica Union of Clerical and Supervisory Personnel there. And, I know that you and him were communicating, but the last thing he told me that he had not heard from you.
Yeah, I would have written him, you know, but just like everything in the trade union movement, that you are involved in so many things. Because he's the president of NAT, president of SEMA, general secretary of NATUC, a member of the ITF, right, and general secretary of the Caribbean Congress of Labour, and then other entities. All right, so the time, I mean, sometimes it'll be so frustrated, but the only pleasure that you have is that you know you are doing the ancestor work. Because when you help a worker, I consider that to be a divine intervention. And that is what keeps me going. All right, because I believe that if you get a gift to help workers, that you mustn't squander it. And regardless of the obstacles, you must be able to face it and get over it. Yeah.
Right. Well,
but that's one we not achieve that objective to mobilize. But we need to take note that the Caribbean governments are supported by the workers rallying around us. And I was in Guyana earlier towards the end of last month, and I have reason to be in a forum with the president of Guyana, and the delegation of about 9 of us were there, and we extend our thanks and appreciation to the Guyanese people and the government, because some of the Guyanese linesmen represented by unions in Guyana was in Jamaica assisting in order to restore electricity. So although we didn't achieve the objective from the trade union perspective, but the workers themselves in the various Caribbean countries make their contribution to our recovery. I really want to express thanks and appreciation to them.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah, and then as I mentioned, I am aware of the fact that the tea and tech workers from Trinidad and Tobago did come across to Jamaica to assist in the restoration of electricity. That is a tangible, project that was done, and I wish to publicly thank the tea and tech workers for going to Jamaica to assist the workers in Jamaica in the time of their needs. We normally don't hear that, we don't see it, but I would like to publicly thank the Jamaica, the tea and tech workers, and also those from wherever in the Caribbean who would have assisted Jamaica, all right, in the times of need, and that is the kind of narrative that we have. That is the kind of approach that we have to take. That is the kind of unity that we have to show. A unity that is tangible and is beneficial to the workers, and we have to think as an independent body, and we have to start to find a way not to only depend on the government or the private sector, but to build the kind of funds that we have the capabilities of building. Or when you look at the amount of workers across the Caribbean region, and if you could get a fund that is managed, we will be able to go there. Just think about $1 a month or a week to the Caribbean region, even among the workers, and see what that could materialize. And we set up a system where the money is properly protected and can be invested and could be used as a mechanism, right, to assist workers through the Caribbean. That is one of my ideas that I'm working on as I speak to you all, and I'm hoping that it will be able to bear some economic fruits on behalf of the workers that we represent in the working class.
Yes, Mike. That is something that we should work towards, because it will be beneficial to the workers, as you said, and we should work towards that. They tell me something. Just remind me, Calvin. The increment issue. There was an issue last year with increment. That was settled.
You mean in the public sector?
Yes.
Yes, that issue was settled, and what the agreement achieved was to restore the workers' increment, although they didn't receive any retroactive payment, but they were brought up to the point as if they were receiving increment over the last 3 years. So then what we are negotiating now will be on a salary higher than if they were not paid that increment. Because some workers who were here from 2022, they received 3 increments. So they would have moved 7.5% along the salary band last year. And those who came in 2023, they would have received 2 movements. So they would have received already a 5% in terms of adjustment to their pay. And those who came 2024 would have received a 2.5%, so they would have received an additional increment. So people out of that agreement, employees were awarded between 1 and 3 increments, depending on when they were engaged in the public sector. So the negotiation that we are doing now, whatever is offered is going to be offered on that salary, and not where they would be if we did not achieve that objective by restoring their increments.
Now, let me ask you another question. You remember that there were issues with the tourism workers, and it was decided that the trade union would form, remind me of what that was, and also for the security guards, right?
What we when the workers in the tourism sector went off in, I think it was the end of 2024.
Yes.
We put to the government and advanced to the government the question of forming what is called Industrial Relations Council.
Yes.
In order to set these terms and conditions of basic terms and conditions of employment and set a minimum standard. And that discussion is taking place at the Labour Advisory Council. And we're hoping we had a meeting earlier this last month with the minister, and we're hoping to get some more report in terms of where they are in terms of building out powers to establish that arrangement both in the hotel sector and the security. I know that my friend and brother Vincent Morrison has been the evangelist in terms of the security guards.
Yes.
In terms of establishing this joint industrial council to establish their standard of living. So it is still work in progress. I'm not going to set any timeline because you know the government system work in terms of legislative arrangements. But we are engaged. It is on the agenda of the Labour Advisory Council meeting, which meet quarterly.
Okay. I know that Vincent there's a matter, the security guards. I know that matter is before the court, and yes, we are waiting for the court to hand down a decision on that one. But
there are some security guards. You know that just ruling, which rule that the security guards are workers, and when you have them on contract, fixed term contract,
yes,
that is not in keeping with what the law was intended to be, and they should be treated once they are being supervised and required to come to work at a certain time, leave at a certain time. They are supposed to be treated as regular workers, and therefore their contract should so reflect. Mm-hmm. But some employers trying to find creative means of going around the law. I think that is what Vincent and Akin with some guys took up, and it is in the courts, and hoping that it will be settled once and for all, and all employers respect the laws of the land that cover labor relations.
Yeah. Tell me something, Mike. Do you have that issue in Trinidad where workers in the public sector are on contract service?
Yeah, we have, I mean, the government, 65% of the employment is contract and outsourced jobs. But, however, we have minimum terms and conditions of employment that employers must follow. One, two, what the employer, some employer does, as my comment say, creatively to try to circumvent the law. They will give the wages higher than that of the minimum wage, and therefore you wouldn't fall under the ban of the minimum wage, and they treat you differently to what the minimum wage act would have stated. We are working to circumvent that so that we will have across the board minimum standards that will apply to everybody irrespective of wages. You know, some basic things like health, vacation leave, sick leave, and things like that. Okay, overtime payments and things like that. Hours of work. Mm-hmm. All right, so the comrade would have rightly said that the employers always try to find a creative way to circumvent the law so that they could make much more profits at the expense of the ordinary citizen and working class within the respective Caribbean countries. And that's a phenomenon that we have to face head on, and we must deal with, and we must come up with a regional policy, and I think CCL is at the right place to push that agenda.
Yes.
And then there are some other issues that to seek to discuss. The one next sector that we have not been paying attention to is the fast food sector, which has been growing significantly in the region, not only in Jamaica but in the region. And we had a conference in Ghana 2 weeks ago, the International Union of Food, and one of the agreement that we have is that we need to embark on seeking to organize workers in the fast food sector. And I think our colleagues in the Barbados Workers Union did a very good job in organizing the KFC workers there and sign off on an agreement which make the workers' life better off. And in Trinidad also, there's an initiative there to organize workers in some of the fast food sector. So we need to look on a number of issues of outside workers outside the existing organized trade union, and to see what measures need to be used. Just like how we're looking at the security force and the hotel sector, there are a number of the fast food sector is a sector that just balloon. Yeah. And we need to pay some. We need to pay some attention there in terms of what's going on. In terms of the fixed term contract, I think Antigua and Barbuda, they hit the nail on the head, and they have some contracts in some laws that restrict employers from keeping workers on fixed term contract by extended time. They have a fixed time when you can't. Once you renew the contract twice, you can't renew it a third time on fixed term contract. You have to make that person a regular person. So there are a number of issues that is related to organized labor. Yes. In Jamaica and in the region that the trade union movement need to look on. We need to also have some dialogue, Brother Hanny said, and we are going to come to the CCL to discuss this. Is the treatment of the workers who go to Canada and the US and seasonal work. And that's a project that the IUF is taking on in working with our colleague in Canada to see how can we get around the table to determine the terms and conditions. The employers and the government around the table to determine the conditions under which the workers work when they go to these countries. But the union movement not there, and we are working through the International Union of Food and our colleague in Canada to see how can we engage. And one of the discussions we had in the conference is that we and CTL need to sit down, and Brother Andy said we look out for a letter from us to initiate that discussion. I know that Brother Dwayne Paul from Barbados Workers Union is now the current president, and he was in that conference, and we discussed it, and we want to have some formal discussion as to how can we together work with our trade union colleagues in Canada or in the US to ensure that when our citizens leave the shores and go to those countries, that the condition provided is really up to standard and not what we have seen in terms of protests about 3 years ago, where people are treated less than what they are expecting going into those countries.
Yes. Okay. Well, we sincerely hope that Clinton, I want you to link me with that your colleague in Barbados. I want to have him on this program that we can discuss the work issues facing the workers, right? But it is good.
Definitely.
It is good to see that the unions are looking at other areas and the fast food industry in Jamaica. The unions need to turn some attention over there.
I agree. I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you.
Okay. That is a growing, as you said, it's a growing sector. And those workers are not represented by trade unions at all. I know that. So, it is good.
We need to do the hard work to educate them and to really bring them under the fold as organized labor. Yes. Because some of them are when allegation made against them, they are paying very hefty sum to consultants and lawyers to defend them, even when they are in the right.
Yes. Right. Well, gentlemen, as we say on this program that this is where we spend time on a Mondays to look at what is happening in the labor. I want to thank you both very much for taking time out to discuss issues with us. And as we say, to be continued. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Continue doing the good work, brother, bringing labor right to the people. I do appreciate your program and your efforts in this regard. And let me send my best wishes to my comrade from Jamaica too.
Okay, thank you.
And same to you, brother. Good.
That was Michael Anisette, General Secretary of the Caribbean Congress of Labour, and Michael Grant, their Vice President of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions. We were supposed to have Mr. Vincent Morrison with us, but he didn't show up. Until next week, that's the end of workers' time for this week. Let us go for a break.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Heels.
Going on here.
Here is how to comment during the Frankly Speaking show. On your computer, look to the right of the video. That's your live chat hub. Click the Say Something box at the bottom, type your message, and hit enter. Boom, you're live. On the mobile app, it's just as easy. Tap the live chat button right under the video to open the window. Pro tip, if you're in full screen mode, tap the screen once and hit the chat icon to see messages without leaving the action. Can't type? Check two things. Make sure you're signed in and see if subscribers only mode is on. You might need to sub and wait a few minutes. Keep it respectful, follow the mod's rules, and have fun.
Good day. Good day. Last Sunday, Dr. Francine Gale, CEO of the Everbrook Brain Institute, gave us a comprehensive rundown on technology now available in Jamaica that is producing significant changes in results in the treatment of brain disorders, from strokes to autism, from Alzheimer's to Parkinson's, from migraines to long COVID. That is an area of specialized care and medicine. We were so captivated by what we heard that we asked her to come back and just allow us a few more questions. But since then, we have had other persons asking even more questions, and even medics too. We will come to those in a minute. Later in the program, we will look again to rural development and sports, and a matter raised by outspoken Principal Linville Wright, who slammed the lack of sporting facilities in the West to help develop the talents of young sportsmen and women from rural areas. But first, let me thank all of you who have joined us for this episode 205 of the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast. We invite you to like and share the podcast and subscribe to the Frankly Speaking Jamaica YouTube channel. It's easy. Just a click. Now, we encourage you to send queries and make comments regarding this podcast by following the procedures explained at the top of the show, or just texting at the comments section. We always try to respond. Let me welcome Desmond Richards and Winnie Anderson Brown, our faithful panelists. So before we get going, there's a survey up on screen. It's supposed to be getting on screen now. And we're going to ask you to participate in the survey. It's a survey about what you think about the preparedness or readiness for stroke treatment in Jamaica. So let's get going with this new technology and welcome Dr. Francine Gale, consultant stroke neurologist and CEO of the Everbrook Brain Institute. Dr. Gale, welcome. Please help us understand what is transcranial pulse stimulation. We were asked that again. And where does the stamp of approval for its medical application come from? Where is it accepted to be used?
Thank you very much for having me. Transcranial pulse stimulation is classified as a non-invasive brain stimulation technique. It is therefore an office procedure where modified ultrasound waves can be safely and painlessly applied to the scalp, and the patient receives the benefit of neuro regeneration. We're excited about that. Approved, which is the approval standard in Europe. It is available also in Asia across places such as Thailand. It is also available in other parts of the South Pacific, in Australia, for example. As you were told last week, it is not available in North America. It's only available in our clinic, Everbrook Brain Institute and Cognitive Clinic in the Caribbean. And there are centers in Latin America that also offer this technology.
And one question we were asked is, you mentioned the FDA, you mentioned approval last week, but it's not FDA approved. How significant is that?
So the FDA has given TPS what is called investigational approval. That was about 4 years ago, which means that there is enough data available from other parts of the world to permit institutions in the US to begin their research on it with the view to obtain full FDA approval. And so Harvard University has been the university that has completed research on TPS. And that research has been published, and the approval is therefore in the hands of the FDA, awaiting the final sign-off. So that is where we are. And as I said last week, Health Canada has begun now to look at TPS and has provided also investigational approval to begin research in its jurisdiction.
Okay, beautiful.
Before you go any further, Dr. Gale, is there any link between Canada and the FDA? Is there any kind of relationship between Canada and the FDA? Whether in practice
That's a great question.
yes.
So Canada, similar to what I said last week, Canada has its own approval body. It's called Health Canada. Health Canada has extremely high standards for the approval of medical devices. And this is largely because of how its healthcare system is set up. The healthcare system is based on a universality concept. As long as an intervention is deemed to be medically necessary, any member of the population will receive it. And one of the means by which Canada obtains information about health is by reviewing the outcomes of the research from the FDA's research analysis. And so, as I said last week, oftentimes that involves looking at how the device, what are the outcomes within the research processes in the US. But of course, they are two separate entities.
Okay. Dr. Gale, I want to ask you something. Sorry, you go ahead, Desmond, before I take on my question to Dr.
Yes, Dr. Gale, I just want to know, good evening, I just want to know what you are doing or what is being done to publicize your, your clinic in Jamaica so that more people get to know of it.
Well, we're currently having our media tour, and thank you for being a part of spreading the word. We've been on television. We have our own website. We also have our own Instagram and our own TikTok. And we are collaborating. We've reached out to the Ministry of Tourism because, as you can imagine, this is positioned as a wellness tourism venture. Also, we have been in collaboration with the Development Bank of Jamaica, and I have to thank its leadership, especially Dr. David Lowe, because from the moment we brought this business plan to them, they understood that vision. And in the launch that we had on March 10th, he spoke specifically of how proud he was of the healthcare innovation that is happening in Jamaica, and that Everbrook would become an exemplar. And he promised the commitment of his organization to ensure that we thrive. So there are a number of elements that are coming together, and we will continue to push the information because this is literally life changing. I cannot begin to tell you the outcomes that we're having in our clinic.
And that's where I want to go, but also to mention that I did see a very interesting, well-written piece in the Gleaner last week, Monday, a full piece on the clinic and your efforts with your husband, the partner in the business. And it was a comprehensive piece on your clinic. But I wanted to ask about autism, because I was given two questions to ask you about autism. First of all, is autism under the present medical system in Jamaica now easy to diagnose here and easy and its treatment easy and accessible here in Jamaica? Autism in particular.
Boy, the simple answer is that the system is fragmented. Remember, we talked about systems of care last week, that it should not be that a parent is pulling teeth to get help. So transcranial pulse stimulation, let me start there, can treat autism. In fact, the data suggests that after just being exposed to induction, which is the introductory treatment, which is 6 sessions over 2 weeks, that a child the scoring is able to change by 25% on one scale and even as much as 50% on another scale. That is mind-blowing, right? And then there is what is called a booster period where that child is supported with our neuropsychologist, neurostimulation one-on-one with our neuropsychologist over a period of time, which can be up to a year, to ensure that the child continues to meet the milestones that are needed. So the system is fragmented. There needs to be more organization around the school system to support our individuals or children with autism. There needs to be more training of a part of the care team that is called the shadows. And we're looking at putting programs together to support those individuals because it is a lot of contact time that they have with the children. And those contact times need to be productive. Also, there needs to be more accessibility to neuropsychologists who are trained to evaluate the children with autism. It is a technical skill, the assessments, and it has to be appropriate in order for the child to get the benefit and in order for the school system to be prepared for that child. And we have gotten a lot of feedback from the parents, and Everbrook Brain Institute and Cognitive Clinic is going to be responding in a holistic way to those pain points. So I'm inviting all the parents with children with autism, reach out to us. We have systems in place to help you navigate autism.
I have a question, Dr. Gale. Sorry, Franklin. Is there an age range beyond which you're not able to help?
No, actually. We start TPS and our program as young as age 3, right? And the upper limit, in fact, we recently had an individual with autism as old as 35.
Okay.
Right? Okay. And the same applies to individuals with ADHD, because we are seeing individuals coming into the clinic as adults having challenges with memory, but really they are undiagnosed adults with ADHD. So again, systems of care.
Yes.
And so we are realizing the magnitude of the challenge. And so our team has already organized the pathways for each of these elements of care.
And I wanted
so there's
to
no
ask you,
upper limit that we will not.
I understand that autism is a spectrum. I'm trying to find out from you, what should parents look for, or what might they see that suggests in a young child that he's having autism issues?
So first of all, we have a well-organized pediatric care, whether it is from private pediatricians or from our child guidance clinics within the communities, right? So monitoring a child's milestones is the most important thing. You know, most Jamaicans know when a child is supposed to hold their head up, when a child is supposed to walk at age 1 or start babbling and talking by the time they get to age 1. So it's for the parents to realize those 2 key milestones, especially the inability to verbalize. That is usually the most significant one that parents say, wait a minute, what's wrong? Or the child is not interacting or socializing, right? Motor delays, such as, holding up of the head, rolling over in the crib, or not taking those first steps, are also picked up. But most times it is the speech and the socialization that triggers the mom or the family members. Once that is noted, then the referral should kick in that, hey, you either go to the pediatrician, get evaluated. That pediatrician should then make a referral to either, the neuropsychologist. We have a neuropsychologist within our care pathway. I understand that some of the government structures may actually be overwhelmed, but we are here. We have refined our processes to get our patients in and out of our clinic in a very efficient way. The other thing too is when the school age child, I know that sometimes our schools are overcrowded, but as teachers, you have to pick up those challenges within the classroom. Learning challenges, socialization difficulties, repetitive behaviors, social isolation. Speak with the parents, right? And implore the parents to get the help. Schools. We have a lot of traditional schools and very little special education schools. And God bless the teachers who choose to go into special education. Mm-hmm. We need to incentivize more of our teachers to do so. We need more of our traditional schools to become more equipped to deal with our neurodivergent children. We can full times and make it more productive than it is right now.
Do I take this comment now?
Go ahead, Winnie. Go ahead.
Yes.
I have another question.
Annalie Bernard says, a special needs child that hears and cannot talk will say a word or two sometimes. He is almost 6 years old and the mother cannot find a school in St. Anne to send the child. So that's a complaint? Yes.
Right. And this is it. That's what I'm saying. Our government needs to take a bird's eye view of the population's needs. When you look at the top 10 neurologic needs documented in the Lancet Neurology, autism spectrum disorder is among it. Mm-hmm. So it is not on the back burner, right? It is a necessity of our education system to adapt to include these very vital parts of our care for our
Dr.
children.
Gail, we have been hearing so much about autism in recent years compared to a long time ago. Is this a development in the diagnosis, or is it something else that is happening in the population?
I think that speaks to every single neurologic disorder. It's a combination of increased awareness, and it is a combination of increased inciting factors and a combination of increased, let's just say increased media. So when I say awareness, it is knowledge in the population. There's an increased knowledge in the population, and therefore the population understands signs and symptoms, and there is an increase in the diagnosis, right? These individuals, these children would have been labeled by other names. Lord, Johnny Badding can't keep still. Johnny has ADHD. Lord, that the one that just sit down over there so play with the toy and him buying. No, he has autism. So these children have always been with us, mislabeled. So that is the increased awareness now. Then you have increased inciting factors for various reasons, environmental, genetics, and now you have increased the means by which all of that knowledge can be spread. So it's a triple threat.
Are there any plans to open rural offices soon?
It's an expensive outlay, isn't it?
Well, we have been asked that. So the mandate of Everbrook Brain Institute and Cognitive Clinic is to change the neurologic landscape of Jamaica, land we love. So stay tuned.
Okay.
That's all I can.
And how does the medical fraternity generally feel about this type of development, this type of technology?
Well, like anything else, information is strength. So in 2025, I had the privilege of presenting on neuroregeneration and non-invasive brain stimulation at our main symposium, the Medical Association, of Jamaica symposium in June of 2025. And it was extremely well received. At the end of my talk, the majority of physicians were asking, when is it coming to Jamaica? But at the time, I didn't want to say that I was acquiring this technology because,
yes,
I wanted to have it in hand and everything organized, before I said, yes, it's coming. But it was a tester for me to see, how would they grasp this technology? And they were excited. They were excited.
Dr. Gale, last week you mentioned a gene, I think it was I mentioned a gene with regard a stroke gene that affects Jamaicans. Can you give us a little bit more explanation on that? Dr.
You're
Gale,
breaking up. Go again.
I was saying that last week you mentioned a stroke gene among the Jamaican population. Can you give us a little bit more on that? Are you hearing me?
Yes. So, 25% of all strokes take place in the young. And by definition, a young person is less than 45. Some definitions include less than 60 as a stroke in the young. And so in relating to stroke patients in my clinic, and even when I was within the hospital setting here in Jamaica, about 25% of those patients had multi-generations of stroke. Meaning, I'll give you an example. So I had a 35-year-old man who came in with a massive stroke, and his mother had had a stroke when she was 55. And in taking the history, her mother had had a stroke when she was in her 50s, right? And so this is a recurring history that I get, multiple generations within families where individuals have stroke less than the age of 60. And when you ask, they don't always have the usual risk factors, the diabetes, the hypertension, the high cholesterol. So there are other factors that are happening, and it's genetic in etiology.
And how does that compare? Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. How does that compare?
I'm just asking you, how does that compare, those numbers compared to other populations or the general population elsewhere? Like the 25%.
Well, it depends.
Yeah.
So it depends. It depends. So in every population, there are some vulnerable groups. So for example, in the US, there is a so-called stroke belt where the prevalence of stroke in the young is extremely high and may actually rival values that are higher than 25%. And so that is in the southern belt of the US. Then you have other populations, especially those from small island states, where there are not a lot of genetic redistribution. So I call it, there is a closed genetic loop. In those smaller island states, therefore, you will see an even higher percentage of stroke in the young. And, in other environments, for example, in Canada, you will have indigenous populations that have a higher prevalence of stroke, for example. Then there are differences in causes of stroke based on ethnicity, whether it is because of intracranial atherosclerosis versus extracranial atherosclerosis. So there are some nuances depending on where you are in the world. But I am observing in Jamaica this multi-generational stroke in the young, and it is.
Thank you for raising it, Doc. Thank you for pointing it out to us. Winnie, would you like to take some comments? I want to go back to
Okay,
Doctor.
I'd go to Owen. I go to Owen because he is coming in for the first time. He says, it is said that autism is side effect of vaccination. So doctor can speak to that. And I'm going to say Williams 9544, not attempting the first part. I've had 2 TIAs, 2023 and 2025. And the next question, what do you think can be done to avoid these?
What's the TIA, please?
Before you answer, doctor, ADHD, those of us who know what it is, that's fine, but it is commonly used. So I have a request. Please make sure you tell us what that is when you say it. Thank you. ADHD and TIA. Thank you.
Yes, all right. All right, let me see how many questions I can get through. So TIA, transient ischemic attack.
Vaccination.
It's a warning stroke. It usually
TIA.
Yes.
Yes, that's going to be my second question. Yes. And then the dementia question. So it's a warning stroke. So it has all the same signs of the stroke. It just lasts a very short time, usually a few minutes. The patient goes back to being normal. And the majority of the risk factors are non-communicable diseases, about 80% and 20% are very rare genetic etiologies. So as I said, the diabetes, the hypertension, the abnormal heart rhythms, your heart failure, your smoking, your obesity, those are the usual suspects, all right? So you have to meet all of those targets in order to prevent recurrence. Autism and vaccination, very, very controversial. That has actually been studied in a number of populations, and the data actually varies, right? Usually the vaccine that is MMR, but the data does not always hold true to that in each population. So it's a commonly held view, but the data does not always validate that. And the third question is the dementia. Dementia, yes. So often the cause of dementia is unknown. Genetics, yes. In fact, there is also a multi-generational gene for Alzheimer's dementia in Jamaica that I'm also noting, medical conditions, stroke, tumors, toxins, chemicals, viruses. Well, we know a lot more now about the causes of dementia. About 80% of the causes are preventable causes. The other 20% include genetics. Believe it or not, the majority of the same comorbidities that put you at risk of stroke also put you at risk of dementia. And then you have some more or less unusual comorbidities that can line you up for dementia. For example, depression, believe it or not. Depression in midlife can put you at risk of dementia. Impaired hearing can put you at risk for dementia. And so the essence of it is that you have to maintain great vascular health and continue to be very, very involved and very connected and stay curious throughout your life course in order to prevent dementia. If you do have a genetic leaning, however, it requires a different level of intentionality. And for that, you should seek the assistance of a neurologist who specializes in cognition. So come on over to Everbrook Brain Institute and Cognitive Clinic, because that is what we do.
Doctor, last week we were almost ending. We're almost ending now. On you mentioned that people who have had stroke a long time ago can still benefit from the treatment. Can you just mention that? Tell us again how that works. People who have had stroke some time ago, and how long would you say that would be for them to still be able to benefit?
Okay, so because TPS stimulates neuroregeneration, for those individuals who have had an infarct, meaning the blood clot type of stroke that has blocked a blood vessel and caused death to a section of the brain, if that surrounding area is stimulated, no matter how long in the past you have had that stroke, once you have brain that we can stimulate around your stroke, we can actually open back the potential for you to recover from that stroke. That's very important.
Mm-hmm. And you said before, and you said that there are plans. You have financial arrangements that can be made for people facing the costs, because as far as we know, it's not cheap. It can't be cheap for patients who want to come in and
you're breaking
have
up.
a discussion with you. I'm breaking up. I'm sorry. But I wanted to attach myself to.
Yes. Right? We do. We work along with our clients to help them to see if they can come and get access to our treatment. Yes.
And before you go, doctor, I just wanted to ask you that question that somebody there asked, but I don't think you had answered it. The person who said I've had 2 TIAs. How do you what can you do to prevent those? Because you suggested that there are some things that you can do. What can you do to prevent?
Yes, so all of those causes that I say that again?
Yes, what would be at the top of the list, sort of, to prevent stroke? Not sure you're hearing me.
Yes, she gave a list earlier.
But I gave a list earlier, so the individual would have to make sure that all of those, the diabetes, hypertension, the high cholesterol, their sedentary lifestyle, being overweight, smoking, doing drugs. I've even talked about energy drinks, which is another topic all by itself. Heart failure, atrial fibrillation, all of those causes would have to be managed. Whatever is specific to the patient would have to be managed. And each patient, depending on the type of TIA, then we would determine what the cause of that TIA is. And it's only when the specific cause of the TIA has been corrected that you can prevent the TIA from happening. And that is where a stroke neurologist comes in, because not all TIAs are the same, right? And it's not just about slapping somebody on aspirin and saying, go about your business. It depends on where in the brain the issue is, because the cause is different depending on the location. All right?
Yes. Dr. Gale, we want to thank you again. I want to really thank you for taking us on this journey, helping us to understand a little bit more, and making this Everbrook Brain Institute and Cognitive Clinic available to us here in Jamaica, pushing us on the forefront of this medical technology. And I just want to give you 30 seconds to put your message out there to the general public, not the medics, but to a greater part of the population that might be interested in what you're trying to do at Everbrook.
So Jamaica, my name is Dr. Gale. I'm a board certified stroke neurologist and healthcare consultant for quality. Come on over to Everbrook Brain Institute and Cognitive Clinic. We have cutting edge technology that can change your life. Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's disease, autism, ADHD, attention, hyperactive and attention deficit disorder.
Deficit hyperactive
right?
disorder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Traumatic brain injury and stroke and so much more. Over. We want to help you. Thank you so much.
And your website, doctor, please, so that it can go on the screen so we can visit your website.
It's ebic, EBICC.health. And they can find us. We are on Instagram, Everbrook Healthcare, and we're also Everbrook Clinic. So find us.
Okay. Thanks again, Dr. Gale. You have been so helpful. And such a groundbreaking technology. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, we are going to
Dr. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
We are going to have a short break. We'll be right back after this break. We're going to be talking about what's happening in sporting facilities in Western Jamaica.
Right by the ocean, where the breeze is fresh. Right by the ocean, where the breeze is fresh and the vibes are always right. There's a place where flavor meets paradise. Welcome to Roxborough Restaurant, Bar and Grill, your home for the finest seafood and authentic Jamaican cuisine. From bold, high-proof rum, to iconic lagers, to tropical cocktails that taste like sunshine, our bar brings the island spirit to life. Dine oceanfront, relax, and let every bite remind you why Jamaica is pure magic. Every first Sunday, don't miss at the Sea First Sunday Brunch. All-you-can-eat buffet for just $4,500 with live entertainment by Crazy Chris. Open Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Friday through Sunday, 8:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. Find us along the AGR Byfield Highway in St. Anne's Bay, right beside the Island Traffic Authority, and right next to Paradise. Roxborough Restaurant, Bar and Grill. Come for the food, stay for the vibe.
Welcome back. We're going to welcome Celine Vern Wright, Principal of William Nibbs High and President of the Jamaica Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. Mr. Wright was at the stadium during camps and wrote down his reflection on shameless politicians. The substance of his claim is there is so little for the development of sport in rural Jamaica, particularly in the West. But he'll be better able to explain it for us. Mr. Wright, welcome.
How are you doing, Franklin? Hi, Winnie.
Hi there. Good to see you. Welcome.
Good to see you too.
Good. So tell us what I thought you had the stadium in Montego Bay and the other stadium in Trelawney, but you are saying you don't have much out there. Talk to us, Dr. Mr. Wright.
Well. How are you doing? Well, both of them are really not functioning as they ought to know. As you know, the Catherine Hall Stadium, I think, hosted Western Champs, I think, for the last time in 2019. Then I was principal at Rossi's. And the important things to speak to is that since maybe for the last 3 or so years, Western Champs have had to be hosted at GC Foster College. That's Central Jamaica, almost Kingston.
Almost Kingston, yeah.
Right. The Da Costa Cup finals, I'm chairman of Da Costa Cup. And the Da Costa Cup finals have been in Kingston for the last 3 years. Now, you imagine the kind of discussions we have to be having with people, defensive discussions in many instances, having to explain ourselves why these competitions are taken to Kingston. When rural schools want to run on a quality track, so you have champs coming up and you know that is the prime event we're going to have with a prime surface for people to run on. There's no track in Western Jamaica that allows for our children to get the kind of exposure we want them to get to that kind of feel. And those are things that I think we ought to address. I think I also spoke a little bit about culture. That because my argument is that sports and cultural infrastructure is something that we don't pay enough attention to. Not even just in Western Jamaica, in all of Jamaica. So you look at playing fields now all over the place. We really don't even have good surfaces for people to play safely. Schools have had to struggle to maintain these facilities because you don't get enough in terms of maintenance to do all of these things. You have to be checking with past students to do this. It means that a school that does not have a strong and wealthy past student association is going to be doing poorly if it is that you don't get this kind of help to assist you with your program. I don't think we should be running it like that.
Yeah. Let me ask you about it. Desmond, you go ahead. You go ahead, Desmond.
Yeah, what up to that new stadium in
Trelawney?
Well, that stadium has been built for almost 20 years. I don't know if they have done governments, over the different administrations, have done anything in terms of having any kind of serious maintenance planned for that stadium. So when I went there the last time, bird dung had taken over. I think they have tried to clean up some of that. The rust is there. The place is, really just run down.
Yes, I went there, Mr. Wright, and I saw it really run down, and cattle was over there and all of that. But what I wanted to suggest to you, and that part Desmond was raising, perhaps the schools, perhaps your principals association and the schools on that side of the world, and even schools almost in Central and North Jamaica, perhaps you all could approach the government with a plan to significantly develop that stadium. It's pretty central, for at least for the sports side of it, if not for the culture side of it. Would that be something too far outside of the remit of principals who have also?
Well, I give you this. Excellent point. And what I did from my standpoint at William Lib is that because I'm also Da Costa Cup chairman.
Yes.
And one of the things I had known is that it was being managed from Kingston through the people who manage National Stadium. And I got in touch with them, and we got to have a few matches there we got to have a few matches there for Da Costa Cup. When William was playing, when Cedric Tite was playing, at certain points in Da Costa Cup, we got that. But after a while, we heard that we really couldn't use it. They had to be using it for cricket. It was venue for so many different things, I think you heard. On the point of whether schools can take this up as a kind of investment, we just don't have the money.
I wasn't thinking about it as an investment, sir, right? I was thinking
we can manage it.
Making,
I think schools can manage it. I think it would be a good idea for schools to manage it, because I think we manage these facilities well. What really is happening is that we're not trusted to manage them in the way, but I think that it is something that I don't know that we'll have a problem with. I certainly would have a problem with that.
Yeah, because the secondary school levels at least that has shown that you're all able at the ISA level to manage this champs and to manage the processes going through to champs. And the Costa Cup, for example, in the rural areas, is pretty well managed. And I don't know what is happening to that stadium. I heard that it was supposed to be leased and all sorts of things like that. But the point you raised is very important, because when you say that the Costa Cup finals could not be held out, the Costa Cup is a rural school event. And that to be taken to Kingston, it's crazy.
But Franklin, the football fraternity in Western Jamaica could also join that group, join with the schools, with a plan to develop and manage that stadium.
Well, you have to get permission, because the struggle between government control and efficient management is one of the things that I think has been a problem in this. I think they know very well that we can manage. I think they are comfortable to come to the stadium and sit, and we're happy for that. It's not that we're not happy to see them coming and every Jamaican coming to enjoy themselves. But I think one of the things that ought to happen is that we can see what has happened in sports in Jamaica. Western Jamaica has done so much to produce, well, certainly the greatest athlete ever Western Jamaica has produced. And we have had other people. We have had the freighters. We have had one relay team had maybe 3 people from Trelawney on it. We have young Seymour coming. We have Douglas coming up. And we have had other individuals. So clearly something about the Western Jamaica actually produces this kind of thing. The problem I personally have, and why I had to make up like that, when you look, for example, to expand on what I said, Western Jamaica does the most to earn foreign exchange for Jamaica. And you really, to me, it is shameful that we really do not have a proper cultural center. Oliver and everybody, as Jamaicans, we enjoy them. They have to be scrambling to find places that are decent, that are about proper theater and theatrical performances to actually bring something to Western Jamaica. It's the same thing for football. We have to be struggling to find venues for many of these schools. And I also don't put it, I think there's a correlation, for example, between the fact that we have had a diminished interest in providing proper sporting facilities for the West and what has happened in terms of football in the Costa Cup for the West. The last time a Western school has won it was in 2017 and Restream won it. Right? There are other factors, certainly, but I think that those are some of the things that we have got to look at. But my thing is that I believe that in a Jamaica that we're talking about a country that has been an economic miracle, it is a shame to me that in some parts of Jamaica, we don't have a decent playing field for these kinds of things to be happening for our children.
You're right, you raise a very significant issue about the cultural aspect there too. And a place, for example, some sort of a hall or a theater. For instance, look how many years we've been talking in Jamaica, though, even about a proper concert hall, in Kingston, but outside of Kingston at all. Not just in the West, but and I think it's a way that we look on things cultural. That it's not. It's almost a schizophrenic way that we consider the cultural aspects of the country. And even look. You see, Mr. Right, I want to make this point about it. Look at how Jamaica has treated the Ward Theatre.
Right.
And you see, it's not just about whether we get some facilities out in the rural parts, but it's a deprived way of looking at culture and cultural issues.
And it is because we look at these things as being inferior. People see, people don't understand spirituality, There are notion of spirituality that is about church. I don't have that view of it. That's an aspect of it. Spirituality is about where you're coming from and those things that allow your people to both observe and reenact what it is that's about them. So your reggae music does that kind of thing, or dances do that kind of thing, or plays with that kind of thing. There's nobody who is a better representative of Jamaica than an Oliver Samuels overseas. Because when people see him, that's Jamaica flying, Jamaica walking, Jamaica talking. He can go to represent Jamaica anywhere in the world, and he does it proudly. What we are not doing, so for example, in many of our schools, you really don't have a space, and you have to start in your schools. You don't have, when we build our schools now, we don't build them with little spaces for students to do theater. We don't do that. We build them, and we're talking about a kind of gentler society. We have got to do that. Western Jamaica has just come out of maybe being one of the worst in terms of crime. All of those things, people have no outlet in sports, in terms of sporting facilities, in terms of theater facilities, in terms of places for children to go to learn to dance. All of those things are things that we have got to think of as a country. So when you're thinking of an economic infrastructure, we have got to look at it as an ecosystem. We're to complement those kinds of things almost in an equal way. We have got to think of that side of our people that's going to make them proud of themselves, proud of Jamaica, and wanting to preserve this place, whether it's Western, Central, or Eastern Jamaica.
Let's bring in Owen Richards at this point. Let's bring in Owen Richards, who says Jamaica is missing out on a lot of income from sports and entertainment tourism.
And I would buy that too, but even without looking at the income side of it, it's how culture, for example, that Mr. Wright is talking about, creates a type of being that you want in the society, that somebody who's lost some of the rough edges, and our society is not catering for that. Desmond.
Franklin, I think that your suggestion, the sporting fraternities in the West should take up on your suggestion, that they should come together and advance a plan to manage that sporting facility, because that is built already. All it needs is management and further development. So I think that the sporting fraternity should take up on your suggestion to put forward a proposal to manage it.
But you know, those things have happened though, Desmond. Not necessarily from a sporting fraternity, but I know of persons, I can't speak to it now here because they didn't tell me to say that they have. But people have approached the government about this, but they're not serious about it in my mind. And I think, as I said, I mean, what you really want is leadership. And maybe it doesn't necessarily mean money, but there has to be leadership in understanding that these things are important. And we've got, in the same way we find investors to build hotels and maintain and do whatever. If it is that culture is as serious thing as tourism is, as building concrete structures is, because I'm not diminishing or I'm not belittling any of this, but I'm saying alongside these things, a cultural center, your sporting facilities, you have got to try to find investments to build these things, because your people need these things. Anyway, we need housing. There's a need for entertainment. There's a need for cultural. There's a need for our respecting our cultural heritage by being exposed to it, by our children developing that kind of affinity to what belongs to them and owning it and being happy about it.
That's the end of today's show. Yes. I would like to thank all my listeners and viewers for taking time out to be with us this afternoon. Thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. And as per usual, I am appealing to the road users to take it easy on our roads. We must reduce the number of fatal accidents this year, and I don't like the way our drivers and road users are operating. And remember, you have to stay safe. until Wednesday. This is Rebel Radio and I'm Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.